is April the 14th, 2025. The time is 6:05. Tonight, our invocation will be given by Pastor Tripp. Also, he's chairman of the Pitt County Board of Education. Pastor Tripp.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Board, and to all that are present. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come to you this evening first to say thank you. Thank you for blessing us to be able to come together as a community. We thank you for the leadership, the town of Winterville, and we ask you tonight, God, to bless them as they meet and discuss those things that are very relevant and needful for the town of Winterville. We thank you for their leadership, for their compassion, for their concern, the citizens of this wonderful town. We ask that you bless us all as we come together, and we thank you for the unity, for the coming together, that we can all work together for the best interests of those we serve. We ask you again tonight to bless this meeting. In your Son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Tripp. If we all stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, I'd like to welcome everyone here tonight to our meeting, and again, thank you, Pastor Tripp, for that great invocation. And also tonight, we have Dr. Lassiter is in the audience with us, and he'll be speaking later on. Glad to have you here with us tonight. And I don't see any other elected officials out here. But also, too, just a side, something else. Pitt Community College will not be here with us tonight due to another conflict. So they wanted me to pass that on. So next up is the roll call. If you would get your clickers, please click in. Everybody's counted for. All right. Next is the approval of the agenda and town manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I don't think we have any changes as it's currently presented.
Okay. Anyone else have any changes before we approve the agenda? If not, get your clickers, please.
Motion.
Oh, I mean, get a motion. I need a motion to.
I move to approve the agenda.
Oh, Lord.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. A motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Robinson to approve the agenda. Any discussion before we move on? If not, now grab your clickers. I'm out of sorts here today. Just want to move it along. All right, thank you. Motion carry. Next up is recognition of a new employee as Public Works.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to present Mr. Brian Bland. He is our new instrumentation electrical tech in Public Works. He comes with a wealth of knowledge from GUC for 27 years, and we're excited to have him. So, anything you want to say?
Just appreciate the opportunity, and hopefully I can add a lot of value to this organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bland, and welcome, as I always say, welcome to the family. Next up is our proclamation, and I turn it over to the town clerk. Mr. Harvey.
We have three proclamations tonight that we'll recognize. This is Community College Month, and but as you stated earlier, they are not here. We will present them with a formal copy. It's also Line Worker Appreciation. Today is North Carolina Line Worker Appreciation. Friday will be National Line Worker Appreciation Day. And Municipal Clerks Week is in May. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Next up is our presentation, and tonight we are fortunate to have this young man that's been traveling all over Pitt County and having forums and meeting and greeting people, and I just felt it was necessary to have him come back to Winterville and speak to all council. And we're so gracious and honored to have Dr. Stephen Lassiter, the superintendent of Pitt County Schools.
Thank you so much, Mayor Hines, and thank you to the Winterville Town Council for giving me the opportunity to be here tonight and just to share a little bit about what we're doing here in Pitt County Schools. But first, I must tell you that I started my career right here in Winterville at W.H. Robinson Elementary as a teacher. In fact, I was so excited to teach, I started as a substitute down at Winterville in 3rd grade, and evidently I did a decent job enough. The principal asked me to teach 5th grade when I graduated from East Carolina University. And so Winterville is very special to me. It's a special place, and I love to see the growth and the wonderful things happening here in Winterville. And thank you to Mayor Hines for attending our listening session where we hosted it at South Central High School and had over 150 individuals in the audience participating in what's happening in the school district and in particular this attendance area. And as you know, Winterville is experiencing significant growth. And so what we've done is for each attendance area, we're looking at what we need to do in terms of what the future looks like within the next 15 years. And on our radar, Wintergreen Elementary and South Central High School are 2 areas where we're looking at in terms of adjusting the facilities and potentially maximizing those facilities, adding on, because there are a lot of students there. I believe South Central is somewhere between 1,900 and consistently rising, and Wintergreen has about 15 little people, about 12 or 13 kindergarten classrooms, and that's just extremely large. And so there's been conversations with Pitt County Schools about potentially adding another school or converting another school in this attendance area to accommodate the growth that you all are experiencing. We've also had conversations about, as we look at pockets in the county, how can we as a school district be innovative in our approach to teaching and learning? And so I've shared that one of the most popular programs that we have in Pitt County Schools is dual language, where students are able to be bilingual and biliterate in Spanish. And so we have 3 dual language programs in Pitt County Schools. All are at capacity. Our last one was at Elmhurst, which is in the city part of Greenville, and the wait list is extremely long. And so we're looking at another attendance area on where we might place a dual language school where those students, when they leave 5th grade, they can not only speak Spanish fluently, but they are also able to write it well. The piece that makes me most excited is that we're going to do this also in partnership with Pitt Community College. Dr. Maria Farr and I have had conversations about once students graduate, how will dual language benefit them? So we're talking about giving students a certification or some type of translator certification where they are able to potentially be employed after graduation, come back to Pitt County Schools and work in the school district where they're certified as a translator. So we're very excited about that. That is something that we're looking at, and we're hopefully eyeballing this attendance area possibly for that next dual language site. So we're very excited about that. How can you continue to help us? One of the things that we're constantly looking at is calendar flexibility with our school calendar. We need as many voices as possible speaking to our legislators saying, our schools need calendar flexibility. We need to be able to open schools and close schools in a window of time where our high school students can take exams before Christmas break. And so we need that advocacy in the legislature. And so that's been my role with these listening sessions with our legislators. I've had several conversations expressing the importance of that flexibility so that we can have a calendar that maximizes instructional practice. And the second area that I would say that you all could help support us is with funding from our county commissioners. Our school board has great relationships with our county commissioners. However, there are some needs that we have. We need to look at our classified staff. Those are our bus drivers, our teacher assistants, our office personnel. We need to look at their compensation and ensure that we are continually increasing that compensation to make sure we're recruiting the best and brightest. Pitt County Schools, or Pitt County, is one of the six fastest growing school districts. So that means people want to come here and they want to work, but also Pitt County Schools will jump the 24,000 student mark. We're projected to do that in August. Pitt County itself is growing, and so we want to make sure we're recruiting excellent talent, but also that we can compensate them well. So those are the two areas that if I say, if you had any time to advocate, those are the areas that we'd love for you to support. And then finally, I'd say, come and see what we're doing in our public schools. Our public schools are succeeding. They're thriving, and we're doing phenomenal things with the resources that we have. And so I encourage you to come out and take a look at what we're doing. If there are things that I can support you with or the school district can support you with in this particular attendance area, let us know. Our ears are open. We're not only doing the talking around here, but we're also listening, taking feedback, and making sure that we're creating the best and the strongest school system in northeastern North Carolina. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Chair.
Good evening, Mayor. It is a pleasure to be here on this evening. Thank you for inviting us to come. I ditto everything that our superintendent have said. When we were in the process of looking for another superintendent as the one we had retired, we knew the investment that was made in Dr. Lasser. And his support of the superintendent at the time and his working with him, the superintendent shared with him things that would help continue to make Pitt County schools grow. And by doing that, the transition from one superintendent to the other was very easy. And we've been able to stay on track and continue to go forward with the vision that he has for Pitt County schools. The road ahead looks very good for Pitt County schools. And we appreciate you giving us the opportunity to come and share with Winterville, because all of us together can get a lot done. And it's very important. One thing he did not share, I let him share about the wonderful recognition that we had this morning. I'll let him share that. But I do want to say, in working with Dr. Lassiter, he has a vision for Pitt County schools. The school board supports him 100%. We are behind him. And we have, even though I'm north of the river, the district north of the river, if Winterville needs me, call me, because the board works together. We work for all of the Pitt County students, not just our particular district. We all work together, and it's good that when we can all come and sit down to the table and work together for the best interest of the people that we serve. Dr. Lasser, will you share with them that great award we had this morning?
Yes, sir. So Friday, I had the wonderful opportunity to journey to Raleigh and to sit beside our Northeast Regional Teacher of the Year, Ms. Rachel Candasso. During the announcement, she was there, and we were so excited, anticipating who would be the North Carolina Teacher of the Year. And it was with delight this morning we were able to celebrate with her and the students, as she was named the Burroughs Welcome Fund 2025 North Carolina Teacher of the Year. And so right here in Pitt County Schools, for the first time after 55 years, we have the first Burroughs Welcome Teacher of the Year. She's phenomenal, and we have no doubt that she'll also be the National Teacher of the Year. We're doing great things in Pitt County Schools, and I'm just delighted to have the opportunity to serve as superintendent.
I'm overly delighted because she's from District 3, where I
There you
serve.
go. Well, look, gentlemen, I'd like to thank both of y'all for coming out, and I'm gonna just throw this caveat out there. I know that the county's looking to move across the river, and y'all may be looking to move. I, would like to throw a little nugget out there. Winterville's got some space, some land over here that I think the Pitt County Board of Education will make a nice building over here. We got plenty of places you can eat at around here and all that, and we will welcome you here, to set up shop here in Winterville. And you got Pitt Community right there, so, we got you. I don't know about the land, but we got you. But again.
As long as we can negotiate that, we.
Okay, all right. Well, again, thank y'all for coming. Next up, we have Mr. Brian Buck from the Mideast Commission. How you doing, sir?
Doing great. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. As the mayor said, my name is Brian Buck. I'm the Executive Director of the Mideast Commission, which is your regional council of government. I appreciate the town of Winterville being a member of the Mideast, a long-standing member of the Mideast, and the ability to take advantage of all the services that we offer. A lot of times we're thought of as that kind of behind-the-scenes effort that's always working for our member governments. We have a 5-county region with 40 municipalities within that 5-county region. Some of our core services include Area Agency on Aging, our workforce development. We fund the Career Center right here in Greenville, and also our Planning, Economic Development, and Community Services program. I did leave a few brochures on your table there, so by all means have a look at those. But what I'd really like to do is hone in on a few things that we've done right here in your town that may be of great interest to you. Also appreciation for Ms. Veronica Robertson, Councilwoman Robertson, for being on the Mideast Board. She was our chair of the Mideast Board and certainly kept us in the right direction. And we certainly appreciate you guys allowing her the opportunity to do that. So I'll start off just briefly with our Area Agency on Aging program. Basically personal care in-home aid, and this is right here in the town of Winterville that we've provided. We've assisted 5 people with in-home aid, ranging in a total cost of $71,962. A lot of the money, or the dues money that we collect, goes toward matching funds, to help these programs come to fruition and to support these programs. Home delivered meals, we've assisted 28 people with 1,394 units, totaling $12,518. Housing and home improvement grants, basically doing our ramps, rails, any support for our seniors. We've assisted 8 people with housing and home improvement grants here in the town of Winterville. Legal aid funding, we've assisted 10 people in the town of Winterville, 36.86 units at a cost of $3,870. With our Older Americans Act and our ARPA funding, we were able to assist 21 caregivers at a cost of $5,985. We also currently in our Area Agency on Aging program have a digital navigator position. That's a grant-funded position that works with our seniors on navigating the electronic equipment, iPads, iPhones, computers, things of that nature. So that digital navigator now is going around assisting in our senior centers and other areas that is needed to help educate our seniors with the digital age. All right, as we all know, without the digital piece, the digital education, it's tough to keep up in the world today. One other department that we'll move into is our Workforce Development Department. Right here in the town in Winterville again, over $200,000 were awarded in incumbent worker training grants. Incumbent worker training, that's basically upskilling the staff that the business or the organization has, okay? Whether it be training, or other new on other new technology, that's what that incumbent worker grants assist with, okay? So over $200,000 awarded in the incumbent worker training grants in Pitt County in the last 18 months to small businesses like Pilot John, American Builders, Mestech, LBA Group, SPM Machine Works, Down South Accounting, Revitalife, William & Sons Painting, Fish Window Cleaning, and Advanced Mechanical, okay? We currently have 2 host sites for interns, AE Wiring and Influx of Wealth, okay? So we're assisting with that with our workforce. We've provided 2 grants to the Harley-Davidson company across the road there for training purposes. One was $3,189 and one was $2,995. We're currently in the process of assisting Clarence Web Design with a grant, a training grant for $2,400. Okay? So that's just a few of the good things that workforce development program's doing. And I know Don's going to drag me off of here in a few minutes. But anyway, the completion of the ARPA grant application for Clarence Web Design, they did attend the Winterville Chamber of Commerce meeting. This was presented in December 24. They circled back to us. We're very interested in the grant opportunities, and we were able to provide that. Working with Fast Signs on business services, including strategic planning, wage analysis, leadership development, employee relations, and other business encouraging opportunities. We have a great working relationship with the Winterville Chamber of Commerce. Rivers East and Mideast Commission both are members of the chamber. So we certainly appreciate the opportunity to do that, keep an ear to the ground, and learn more about what's going on with the chamber not only, but what's happening in the town of Winterville. All right, so this is our WIOA, Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act, which is our workforce development. This is our impact report for our Rivers East Workforce Development Board, okay, your Workforce Development Board. We basically staff, we host the Career Center here in the town of, or city of Greenville, as well as 5 throughout our region, okay? Program completers served, 4,817. Staff-assisted program completers served. Employment success, and this is a pretty good number, 72.6% employed, all right, of those that were served, which is wonderful. And an estimated average annual earning per person of $28,444, okay? The economic impact, all right, now granted, our workforce budget ranges about $2 million, okay, which is, you seem pretty, you know, I mean, that's a good amount, but for the services that we provide, whether it be wraparound service, educational service, upskilling folks, sending people back to school, the economic impact for your Workforce Development Board, Rivers East Workforce Development Board, is $99,472,756. That's pretty decent return on investment for workforce development. So again, you have that with you, that information with you. The front page is basically the state statistics. The back page is specific to the Rivers East Workforce Development Board. Okay. Last but not least, one of our other services, Planning, Economic Development, and Community Services Program. All right. We utilize our regional CEDS, which is our Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. We work with many of our chambers of commerce, our grant writers, our economic developers, because a lot of times when you submit a grant application, they want to make sure that it's in some sort of a document. That's why we put together this community economic or comprehensive economic development strategy, and we encompass our entire region. It's like a comprehensive plan for our 5 counties and 40 municipalities. All right. So basically, our planning, economic development, community services role, they assist our chambers of commerce, our economic developers. We do grant research, application administration, community development block grant administration, infrastructure development, local economic profiles, and local development assistance. Our planning functions. You guys have a wonderful planner here on staff. We assist with land use planning, which we're currently wrapping up a land use plan for Aiden, your neighbor next door, and we're pleased to be wrapping that up. We're doing open house sessions now. Also, too, ordinance development, revision and code enforcement, recreation plans, GIS mapping, and Mideast RPO. We have a transportation arm within the Mideast Commission. I know you guys are a member of the MPO. We work closely with the MPO through our RPO work. The Washington Greenville Greenway was an initiative that was shared between the MPO and the RPO. Great work. We did a feasibility study on that. So a lot of good information came out of that for future planning ability. Mitigation and resiliency. Resiliency, they say, is a bad word now. Mitigation and preparedness. All right, so we're changing that term from resiliency to preparedness. Mitigation and preparedness assistance. We assist with repetitive loss, severe repetitive loss development programs, flood mitigation assistance, which is FMA grants, hazard mitigation programs, HMGP, capability and capacity building, and essential single-family rehabilitation loan pool programs, all right? So our staff has always beaten the bushes. For whatever we find a need, we try to match up a source, resource, or funding stream, okay? I'll leave you on the fact, we did this material, this marketing material, made in Pitt County, and it's basically a little brochure that we've handed out, we've circulated around. We did one for every county, and it's basically, why would someone want to live and work in Pitt County? It's a wonderful marketing strategy. I'll leave a few copies of that with each of you. The last thing, promise, invitation, we're having our 58th annual meeting, annual banquet in Bertie County. It's going to be April the 17th at 6:30 p.m. at 104 Lancaster Avenue. Hope to see any and all of you there. So again, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have. I know that was a 30,000 view of the Mideast Commission. I could go on and on and on and on and on about great things we do for all of our member governments. And again, I want to thank you for being a member of the Mideast Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Buck? Thank you. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you guys for having me.
All right.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the project consultant from McGill's and Associate coming to talk to us, and it's Nate. Nate, I ain't gonna screw your name up, but you can tell your last name because I'm getting ready to butcher it.
It's all right, have some fun with it if you want.
Halbuka?
That's close, Halupka.
All right, ain't too bad.
Yeah.
Good evening. I just want to go ahead and reintroduce Nate Halupka. He's no stranger with us. He's been here and presented the comprehensive plan for Parks and Recreation, and he is actually going to be presenting the site-specific plan.
All right, it is a pleasure to be back here again to see y'all. And I don't want, I'm going to touch on the site-specific master plan here shortly, and I'm going to hit the high points of it. But before we get into that, I want to do some context setting with y'all. I have the chance to work across the southeast of the U.S., and I got to tell you, Dr. Lassiter brought up the amount of growth that is not only happening in Pitt County, but Winterville. And I got to tell you, whenever I work across the southeast, there's a lot of times whenever I go in and I talk with communities, and a better part of my time is spent, I'll say, prodding the local government to, hey, make sure that you're serving your citizens and their quality of life through Parks and Recreation. I got to tell you, it is a pleasure to come here because your board is not like that. Your community is not like that. Y'all are so eager to help your community and do it well, to plan for it, and make sure that you're getting ahead of that trend rather than trying to play catch up. So what I'm going to talk about now is the site-specific master plan. Like I said, I was here about a month ago and we touched on the comprehensive plan. So if you think about this as kind of a dartboard, that comprehensive plan, showed you that dartboard of what the overarching need within the community is. The site-specific plan, we're moving a little bit closer to that bullseye. We're not quite at the bullseye, but it's showing you what that next level is, what that site-specific level is. There is another level, and we'll touch on it, what the next steps are. That bullseye, what you touch on whenever you're at that final stage. So this is this medium step to serving your community. And I gotta tell you, y'all are doing it right. There is a fear, and I'm glad that I don't have to caution you with it, of some communities wanna bypass other steps. But I'm glad that y'all are doing it right. So what we're going to touch on is the site-specific master plan today. I'm going to reach back and touch on a couple things that we addressed during the comprehensive plan. The most of what we're going to address is what the public wanted, just to refresh your memory. So what I have here are the 5 top needs that came out through your comprehensive plan. Through the survey that was conducted, we see walking trails, an outdoor playground, hiking trails, open space, natural areas, and a community recreation center. I trust that will not be the last time that we talk about that tonight. The other thing is that we did more than just a survey whenever we did that comprehensive plan. We had a number of public input meetings. And again, these are the top 10. I'm gonna read these out because you're gonna see these again. All right, so gymnasium, right at the top. Soccer fields, baseball fields, adventure playground, natural surface trails, weightlifting, cardio, paved trails, football fields, teen programming, and climbing wall. So if we kind of distill those things down, we're seeing a community that wants some indoor recreation space. We're seeing some athletic fields. We're seeing a community that wants to better themselves in a fitness sense, whether that's cardio programs or walking outside. And the reason why these are important is these are going to be reoccurring themes as we touch on what has been recommended for the specific site-specific plan. As you'll note here, 8 out of those top 10 items, this site is well suited for. All right, again, and I think Dr. Lassiter did a really good job of explaining growth is happening, and I think this is a conservative estimate that we have up here because of all the growth that they're seeing. They're planning ahead for schools, and it's good that y'all are planning ahead for recreation. And it's good that y'all are getting ahead of that trend rather than trying to play catch up. Again, one of the things that we touched on in the comprehensive plan is that you don't currently have indoor recreation facilities. And that generally your park sites that you currently have are built out. And that doesn't mean that you can't make improvements at those sites, but you're basically, those sites are going to go through now refining steps and updating steps over time rather than mass updating. The other thing that we touched on during the comprehensive plan is that the board, the town, had the foresight to not only acquire a piece of property that is well suited for the community, but it's in the ideal location. Hats off to y'all for that. Sometimes we'll see more opportunistic purchasing that takes place in local governments, a bit of property that may not be the best suited for residential or commercial development, that being a park site. But y'all really went after what you needed. What we see is y'all have hit the ideal location to put a recreation center in the center mass of where your population base is. All right, so the next piece, and now we're starting to drill down a little bit more into the site-specific planning. This is just to show, like I said, we had 8 out of the 10 items that were highly requested from the community work well with this site. You know, a site can't meet every particular need, so you do have some limitations. In particular, you have a Blue Stream Creek that is on the north side of the park. That kind of pulls you back a little bit from being able to use that space, but otherwise, with roughly 12 acres, you can do a lot with this site. All right, so what we did was after we had the understanding of what the community wanted through the comprehensive planning processes, we utilized that data, we utilized the site that you had purchased, and then we kind of did 2 different overlays. So you'll see up here a concept A and a concept B. Those are both applying the elements that the community would like to have as best we can using the site for the amount of space that it's available. And you'll see 2 similar layouts, and that's because there wasn't a whole lot of differentiation in the need across the community. And then whenever we had those 2 concepts, we took it back to the Parks and Recreation staff. That's a typical process to do internally, let your recreation staff that are trained in that to evaluate that. And what they landed on was that the preference was the concept B. Now, I'm anticipating that I'm going to get questions about, does this mean that we're absolutely stuck with doing site B or concept B? So what we have up here is a rendering of that site plan B. And I want to get your attention right here. This is the concept planning phase. After this, we go into construction drawing phase, which goes even deeper down and really irons out, you know, the engineering phase of where things can go, the landscape architecture phase of where things can go. There are times when everything shifts on this site. So this is concept. The fear is that if you skip this phase, you have your design that you end up at the end is not as refined, it's not as good. So that's why this plan helps make sure that what you're gonna go out there and have on that site not only fits, but serves that community need. The other thing is you don't want to skip into design phase right away without doing this, because you may end up planning things that maybe don't fit or don't align with your public need. So I'm going to quickly go through what things are recommended for this in the site-specific master plan on the site. Number 1, and I've already talked about it a bit, is the Indoor Recreation Community Center. It is not at this phase to where we would actually go into the actual floor plan of a building that is typically done by an architect or an engineering firm. Rather, this is an estimation based on the size and the need that's needed from the community. The other piece is that we have some adventure play facilities here. You'll also see a Ninja Warrior course. You had a fair amount of public interest in having not just recreation and play areas, but something, and I'll tell you, I want to make sure that this doesn't pause, or doesn't flip forward. There was needs for teen programming. You won't typically find a teenager out on a playground that's suited for 5 to 12-year-olds. You will find a lot of teens that want to go out and use a Ninja Warrior course. So that is a refined aspect of this, and that's one some things that if you skip over this phase, you miss that piece. So that's taken into account. There was some interest in athletic fields, not only in basketball courts, but you'll see an amphitheater up there. Y'all already do a great job of having public events. Sometimes different venues are able to host different events. So this one might be a little bit better suited for outdoor movies or smaller, more intimate events. The other piece is you would be hard pressed to go to any community across the entire country and hear people not expressing interest for pickleball, which was an expression or an interest that came through for your community. So that's designed within there. This next piece is a multi-purpose field. This is able to serve football and basketball and a number of other things. This was worked into it. The site really lends itself well to this. This is just, again, this is the overarching layout. And again, in the planning and in the design phase, the construction drawing phase, this becomes even more refined. All right, so the total estimated cost, and it's around 19.4. And I want you to bear in mind that that number that is up there is not just for a recreation center, nor is it just for the outdoor amenities. It is for the entire site. Okay, and that is based on, we do a lot of construction drawings, so we're basing that on our current estimates, what we're seeing in the industry right now. Those things do change over time, but this again is for the entire cost of the park. That recreation center that is scaled on there right now is about $9 million of that $20 million. And understand that these numbers that I'm throwing out can go higher if you go in the more specific, more refined design phase, or if you go more value engineering, it can go lower than those numbers. All right, the other thing is that this does not factor in grant funding. This site-specific master plan not only is helping you design for your future for the community, this plan is also specifically designed to help you go after grant funding. Okay? And then this plan also, like I alluded to, assumes the mid-level development cost. Again, that refinement happens at the construction drawing phases. So I've touched on this a little bit. What would be the next steps? You don't always have to do this, but if you really want to drill down to maybe the floor plan of a recreation center, a lot of times recreation departments will lean on their parks and recreation professionals, their staff members, to lay that out, and you'll oftentimes get multi-purpose rooms that are able to serve a number of different ages, a number of different needs. You can go the design route, which allows another layer of public input if you decide to go that route. The other thing is, and I've alluded to this, is the next steps are construction drawings through landscape architecture. It can also happen, architects weigh in. There's other routes also that can be pursued. Again, this helps with the funding and the phasing, and again, with the leveraging of grants. So I'm certain that we'll have some additional questions, and I will do my best to field them. If I don't know them, I'm only the tip of the spear. We have other staff member that I'd be happy to reach back on. Typically, the next step is after there's questions, it actually helps you in grant funding if this is adopted before you move on to any type of construction drawings or that next level. But Mayor, I'll hand it over to you for any questions that y'all may have.
I'm going to start out with one. Can you just give us the difference between design, build, and?
Oh, absolutely. So this is a hot topic in Parks and Recreation. So on one hand, you have a design build facility, which it's typically done by one firm to where it is the contractor that is basically bypassing any type of design. They're doing that in-house. You end up with, in general speak, you end up with a little more general park, a little more general facility that may not be as in tune with what the community wants. It does help you value engineer at times, but you lose a little bit of that refinement. On the other side, you have the landscape architecture plus an architect. And the cost difference is, it's marginal, but what that does help you do whenever you have that level of design that goes in through landscape architects and architects is that you make sure that you don't deviate from what the community wants and you get the more refined need for that community met. I hope that helps. It is somewhat complex, and I tried to give you a high level with that.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Nate?
Yes, I have one.
Yes, sir.
You said that concept A and B, there's two concepts. And you gave us an estimated cost on concept B. Do you have a projection of price on A? Is it going to be the same?
They're roughly going to be about the same. Really, the difference between the concept A and B is not so much the amenities, it's more the layout. And the layout, so the elements are based on the cost of each amenity. The difference in the concepts are more what your sight lines are going to be, where amenities are laid out. So I'll give you an example. With the concept B, you can see, well, you may not be able to. There we go. The amphitheater is there. You're going to have sight lines that are better through this area to see back into here. But if you wanted to try and see sight lines back or utilize this space for events, it's going to play out a little bit different than concept A. So I'll give you an example. This concept B, you could have a little bit larger events for this amphitheater. You would have smaller ones with concept A. And that's just one example of a small refining detail between the two. But overall, the costs are going to be generally the same.
I do have a question. With the concept of A and B, it says the Winterville staff reviewed it. Where is this available for the council to actually look? We're looking on the screen and we're looking at your presentation. Is there a way in which we can look and actually have a input on the concepts as well?
So what I will say is there is a step whenever we're done with this site-specific master plan. And when you go into the construction drawing phase, that would be that type of design, the design charrette, to where before the actual finalized plans were, if the town chose to go in that route, you have a design charrette which could be open to the whole public, it could be open to the council, but that's where before you actually go into that design phase where you would be able to interject and give input.
So, but would it be focused on concept B as opposed to A, and or giving a choice of it?
Well, and I will tell you, it would more likely be that you would see further refinement. So you may see things deviate. Sometimes what happens is you end up taking a little bit from A and a little bit from B as you move into that construction drawing phase. So there is the opportunity. I don't want you to get the idea that things are set in stone with concept B here. You still have the idea or the opportunity before you go into the construction drawing phase to make further refinements. And certainly sometimes councils do get involved in that.
Councilwoman Hawkins, once, assuming the council approves the plan, you all will get a copy of the finalized plan like you did with the comp plan, which I think will have a bigger.
Yeah, and if I can take this hat off, I'll give you another example. Is I used to manage the state's Parks and Recreation Trust Fund and Land and Water Conservation Fund. And we would even see plans that would go into the grant on the front end. And then as the construction drawing phases happen, after you even get funded, it is allowable to change that site plan even after you're funded. And it does not impact your funding, so you still have the ability to have further refinement.
Nate, in the final plan, when it comes out, will those concepts be larger so that?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, we can, so these are just part of the presentation. If I recall right, each one of these, whether it's concept A or concept B, are full page.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my question. That was my first question.
Sure.
So because I know collectively, the concepts and all that was drawn up was based upon the needs via the surveys that were given from the townspeople. So that's why I just wanted to ensure that all of that was within the concepts as well as us having some sort of input.
Yes, ma'am.
Also,
And that's why I went through this. So we were drawing from what the public was interested in seeing as the primary impetus for what was going into the park.
sure. While you're up here, I just want to ask you again, what is a timetable that you foresee? I know there's a lot that's going to go into it. What is your ultimate or estimated timetable that you see in this project being finalized?
Yeah, are you saying, let me understand the question first. Are you saying if this entire park was to be built out, what that timeline would look like, or the timeline to starting construction?
If the park was to be built,
Okay.
what that entire timeline would look like?
It really depends. So if the board decided to fund the entire thing and move to construction drawings starting next month, it's conceivable that the entire thing could be done in about 2.5 years. It is, if the value engineering had to take place and you needed to phase it out because of the cost, it's conceivable that this could take 5 or 6 years just because of the cost factoring.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But basically, it's going to depend on funding.
It's
pretty much, if we can get funding for this. And we're going to have to look at how we're going to go about funding this facility.
That's correct, and that is not the sole reason, but a central reason why this plan, it helps you with funding, and it helps you inform that design phase.
So that would be so to make sure that I'm clear on the process, really at this point, it would be beneficial to us if we want to proceed to adopt this site-specific plan and start applying for grant monies, because this would be integral to that success.
Yes, yes, first step, adopting the plan. The second one is determining your appetite, your budget, what you want to go after for development. But yes, as soon as this is adopted, you can start to look at, the construction drawing phases, the design phase, and then certainly the grant funding, the leveraging piece of that also. I think you have a clear understanding of it.
So Mayor,
Okay.
may I?
Yes.
So I would like to make a motion that we adopt the site-specific plan presented by McGill.
I second, Mayor.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor to adopt the site-specific plan by McGill's and Associates. Motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Mayor Pro Tem Moy. Is there any discussion before we move on?
I got one. The
Yes, ma'am.
church is still there on that property.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
When is it going to be?
We are moving forward with looking at the asbestos testing and removal. And then certainly once that's done, we'll try to get some estimates on the cost of removing the building, and we'll be back for council to gain approval to move forward with that.
All right. Is there any more questions?
I don't have a question, just wanted to make sure for all intents and purposes, we are, voting on this motion just for the blueprint and infrastructure for this comprehensive plan, correct?
Just for, Mayor,
Yes, you may.
my understanding is that the next step would be to adopt this site-specific master plan, and then after that is done is when you would move into the construction drawing phase.
Right, perfect, okay, thank you.
Good question. All right, if everybody's ready, you can get your clicker and vote, please. Motion carry. Thank you, Nate. Always good to see you.
Yeah. As always, it is a pleasure coming to Winterville. Thank you, council members.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have a public comment section, and I'm tasked to read this here. Thank you, Mr. Moy. The public comment period of 30 minutes provide an opportunity for residents to comment on any item included in the agenda or to address the town council on any matter related to the town of Winterville. For an item included in the public hearing section of the agenda, residents should address the council at the time the mayor invites the public comments on that item. Thank you, Johnny. I'm running together here. Public comments section in the agenda, residents should address the council at the time the mayor invite public comments on the item. No public comment may be made to the council during the meeting except during the public comment period or as part of the public hearing. Individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and no more than 3 speakers may address the council on any single matter. The town council may elect to take no action on the matter or addressed by a speaker, may schedule a matter for further consideration at a future council meeting, or may refer the matter to the town staff for disposition. Copies of the town public comment period policies are available in the rear of the assembly room. And tonight we have one that has signed up, and that is Matt DeJesus. Miss Maddie, if you step to the podium.
My name is Matt DeJesus, 2418 Mill Street. The street where the intersection where I used to call the blood bath intersection. But I'm here tonight, you know, I started coming before, but they changed the time, and I forgot to set my clock. But I had planned to come and tell you how happy I am that you have that intersection now, that 4-way stop sign. Whew, what a relaxing atmosphere. And I thank all of you all for putting that sign out there. But I give the most credit to Chantel Hawkins. Why? Because Chantel, the first time, they voted you down. But you didn't stay down. You got back up and you started fighting again and asking for that sign. And you kept on. And I think it lasted about a whole year. I don't know why they put you through all of that. But Chantel, I just love you. We need you. You are speaking up, and I see a lot of improvement in the town since you've been up there. And Chantel, and to all of you all, thank you for that stop sign. Thank you for my safety, for the town's safety. And I know the insurance company is so happy about that because their cars were getting torn all to pieces. They couldn't have been repaired. They had to be junked because those cars were chewed up. Let me get to my other part. You know, I'm getting a little nervous because you all keep talking about those big trees in Winterville. And I have the biggest tree in Winterville, and I'm so nervous that you're gonna tell me to cut it down. I love my tree. I don't want to cut that tree down. My sister planted that little tiny twig out there, and we left, the children left, went to Connecticut. When we came back, there was a huge tree out there. I love the tree. Please don't make me cut it down. Or either explain what you're talking about. Are you saying that you're gonna force me to take it down, or are you just talking about the people who want the trees taken down? I don't want mine taken down. Thank you all.
Thank you, Miss Maddie. Yes, and Miss Maddie, just for your sake, we're not asking, or we're not forcing people to take down any trees. Those trees belong to you. They're your property, your responsibility. As I reiterate that again, your responsibility.
May I speak to what Mr. Jesus just said? First of all, thank you for recognizing me speaking on behalf of the need in the intersection. That is what I'm here to do. If not, I shouldn't be here, right? I'm going to continue to speak on the behalves of the needs. In terms of the trees, no, that was put on the agenda for dangerous trees for people who reached out and wanted some help and assistance. And via the last meeting in February, we did talk about a program of assistance. And we know it is on everyone's property, but if their financial needs cannot help them, then we are looking into how that can take place. Again, thank you very much, and I honor you.
Thank you. Next up is somebody,
Where's that coming from?
okay. Prelude to our consent agenda coming up here. Okay.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I'm sorry, I was caught off
Second.
guard.
Second.
Okay. Don, I'm sorry.
It is the date, the April, the public hearing for Stella Little, it's updated to the May 12th on the agenda we have.
Yes, I think it's ready to be considered in full.
Okay.
Right? What do you think about, Donald?
Okay, all right. I have a motion on the floor, motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandy Harrell. Any discussion on the consent agenda? If none, please vote by, give me a clicker. Consent agenda pass. Next up, old business, non-town agency funding. Turn it over to the manager.
Mayor, members of the council, I think Mr. Harvey, our town clerk, puts together some information for you for the sole consideration of bringing forward council's desire whether or not to continue funding non-town agency funding, or non-town agency, excuse me. You all received an email from the Watermelon Festival Committee asking you all to consider continuation of funding for not only the festival, but for all of the organizations that request funding. So you do have that to consider. And I believe Mr. Harvey sent you all the summary of funding in the past and the totals thereof. So staff needs direction. You all discussed last year the potential for discontinuing that funding. And in order to move forward with working with the organizations involved, we need to know just what council's direction is on that.
As a point of clarification, when we had that discussion, we were speaking of non-town agencies that are actually non-town. And so let me clarify, we discussed moving the library to a line item in the budget, correct? Because that is more of a town entity. The same with our chamber and the festival, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know that the festival was part of that.
Okay.
I do think that discussion has been, as you stated, but there's also been discussion about pretty much any and everything, not funding everything, not considering any entity separate and apart from another entity. So it is my impression that for the purposes of discussion this evening, everything's on the table.
And for additional clarity and background for those who may not be familiar, this came up in budgeting meetings of last year.
Correct.
When we were looking at shortfalls in many areas. We've had people come and speak often about, us moving recycling to every other week and things like that. Our town, we're also looking at the reevals and taxes and things like that. And there were some difficult discussions that had to be had to make sure that we were providing services and maintaining infrastructure for our community. And that continues to be, and that was the reason. I also understand that in previous years, there had been discussion about perhaps not funding non-town agency items. So it was not a new discussion, but it was spoken more seriously about, I would say, maybe in this session.
My first year, I started in July of 2009, and during that first year, I came to work as the assistant town manager. I was asked to research and provide a report to council, and I believe that actually happened in 2010 regarding this very item. So it has been an ongoing discussion for many years.
And I was one of the ones that I was asking that, as far as the non-town agency, I was saying that we do away with it altogether because, you know, we're asking citizens to tighten up their belt. We're asking them to pitch in, you know, so that's what how I came up with it. I mean, you know, we're asking them to, you know, dig deeper in their pockets and stretch their budgets, but yet we're turning around and taking the money and dishing it back out, you know, so. But I'm just only one person and don't have a vote, but, so I just gonna say that was my reason for just not having any non-town agency funding.
Could we hear the roster of the non-town agencies that we're talking about not funding? Well, I know we said the chamber's one.
You just want the list,
Yeah, just
the whole list.
just so
of-
everybody understand what we're talking about, that we would not be funding.
Right, I'm gonna
okay.
defer to this.
Just read the list, okay, okay.
Yes, those that if we decided not to fund, these would be the ones we would not be.
Well, I actually believe the most recent list is page 106.
Okay.
25 is 106.
Okay.
And I would ask Town Clerk Mr. Harvey to just quickly go over that and the amount, if you would, Donald, from funding year 24-25.
Last year's funding was just stated, Boys and Girls Club of Coastal Plains was funded. Greenville Education.
How much, Don? How much?
Oh, I'm sorry, $5,000. Greenville Pitt Education Association applied but was not funded. Mount Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church applied but was not funded. Pitt County Council on Aging, $6,500. Pitt County Girls Softball League, some people know that as PGSL, $5,000. Rebuilding Together Pitt County, $10,000. Chamber of Commerce, $20,000 in cash, and then estimated, and this was last year, $1,100 of in-kind. The Historic Society for the Depot, in-kind of $7,150. The Historic Society for the Museum, $5,775. Senior Citizen Club, cash of $3,500 and in-kind of $2,700. Watermelon Festival, $50,000 with an estimated in-kind of $61,611. Then the Shepherd Memorial Library was $176,921.
So,
And a penny on the tax rate generates how much money?
That's good. Do you know off the top of your head? $128,000, thereabouts.
Keith, you should need to come up here.
Well, I think as
Okay.
long as it's just the one number.
Oh,
we're
okay,
good.
all right, okay. Say it again,
It's approximately 128,000.
128,000. Okay.
The non-town agency funding that we do, we have been providing ever since I can recall. And it has been to me, was using for a good purpose and for a good cause. For instance, the Rebuilding Together, there's a need for that program, I think. Still believe in that. The one for Pitt County Council of Aging. I'm a senior citizen myself, but I can say that there's ones that is my age or older, is not in financial situation like I am. I'm not saying I'm being the best, but there are some that need some help. But they have been here in this community long as I can recall. The Boys and Girls Club has served a good purpose here in our community. After-school programs, summer programs, has been assets. And the Watermelon Festival. The Watermelon Festival has generated a lot of interest, ones that decide decided they want to be part of this town that we consider as a slice of life. And I think they had a great part of them deciding on relocating from where they live. So I'm not going to go all the way down on the list, but I just want to let you know that non-town agency funding has did a lot of positive things here in our community.
If I may, I would absolutely agree. All of these are wonderful organizations and do great things. I think more the concern is there are many, many organizations that do wonderful things, and at what point can we not afford to fund? And to be quite honest, it was quite difficult sitting there saying, yep, we'll fund this, and no, we won't fund that. And some of them, although there may be Pitt County or Greenville, the impact on actual winnable residents was fairly minimal, so for some of them. And then in listening to the gentleman, Mr. Buck, with Mideast, there actually may be some duplication of service because they do with our senior citizens. They also mentioned some other things like home repair and things like that that they help support, and we're a member of Mideast. So some of these are really a duplication of services that we're using taxpayer monies for. And I agree, some of these, like the Chamber, the Watermelon Festival, the library, which directly impact, support our community, our small businesses, our residents, those are very important, and that was one of the reasons we talked about moving some of those items to budget line items.
I'd like to say something as well. I do echo some of your sentiments, Councilwoman Smith, but I'm also thinking about, we talked about reducing some of the funding that we give, because essentially when we're thinking about if we're not going to fund anything, I'm thinking about where are these funds going to go to, essentially for the benefit of services to our town. So if we're not going to fund certain aspects of these non-agencies and things of that nature, then I'm looking to see that a lot of the budgets increase or line items increase for services for our town that our citizens are asking for. So just my thought is either we reduce it and, move some of those monies to a different line item for servicing, or as you say, not fund certain things altogether. One of my other questions is from Mayor Pro Tem Moy talked about the Winterville Watermelon Festival and the profit. What is the actual profit that Winterville sees from the Watermelon Festival? Do we have that information? What is the gain or what is the value add for Winterville? Thank you.
May I ask a question for specifics? Are you referencing the town organization? Are you referencing the town of Winterville as a whole, as a community, or?
So I'm referencing the town as a whole, like what is the gain from the Watermelon Festival? What is the profit that the town sees as a whole?
I would think if members of the Watermelon Festival Committee were here, they would say the gain is bringing people to our town to showcase our town.
Okay.
As far as monetary, so what type of
I don't
profit?
think there's a profit.
Okay, so again, it looks like what our town clerk was saying, that we provide over $50,000 in funding, and then there is no return on that investment.
Well, actually, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have $61,611 in in-kind services.
I'm sorry, I do see that in blue.
Right.
Okay.
That's what we have. And then we give them a cash
Correct.
of $50,000, so that's $128,000 total, if you look at in-kind and cash.
Correct. I do think there's a lot to be said about return on investment,
Yes.
not just being monetary.
Right.
No, not just being monetary, but, I think our citizens, if we're talking about, we're asking them to pull monies from, right, we want to see some type of return on investment. It's great that, yes, we do bring folks here and things of that nature, but how else is it profitable? And I'm not against the Winterville Watermelon Festival. Let me say that before a soundbite goes out. I'm not against the Watermelon Festival. I enjoy the Watermelon Festival, but I also want to see something beneficial for our town and for our citizens. If we're asking, we have folks that come up, I don't think he's here tonight, but people that come up and say, hey, we want our recycling back. We want certain things back in our town. If we're asking them to pay certain taxes and do certain things, and, they see or they're hearing now that we're giving over $100,000 to the Watermelon Festival without any other type of return on investment, I think that needs to be explained a little bit further, or how can we make it work how can it be another win-win for everyone included? That's what I'm saying.
And Ms. Parker, if I might clarify, when you say there's no profit, are you referring to the festival itself or to financial gain for the town, small businesses in general?
I'm only referring to the bottom line for the actual festival committee's
Right, we
bank
don't,
account.
the festival itself does not make a profit.
I'm not aware that they do. I'm under the impression that.
But we
that's
don't
the-
know what our businesses might see as an increase in that weekend with the traffic and things like that. Is that what I understand?
Sure, I think that certainly conversation can be had that there's a boost to potentially local restaurants and other businesses when that influx of people come into town. Obviously, it's also an opportunity to showcase Winterville for folks that may live elsewhere. Who knows, you might desire to move here. There's a lot of opportunities, I think, that the committee would state that comes from a festival like that, and so many, as you all know, of our neighboring communities have an annual festival of sorts. So, again, the funding, I think, a large piece comes from us.
And can I say this to Councilwoman Dr. Harrell? That was my point, that I can see what we actually receive from having a festival at that magnitude. No, we do not. We do not receive anything up front in the beginning, like monetary. But I have conversation with quite a few new citizens that have moved here, and one of the things that kind of pulled them closer to making Winterville as their first choice was this type of setting. And like Town Manager Barker stated, that it did showcase. We had opportunity to showcase. They had an opportunity to talk to Stephen and our staff, the ones that is there, because most of our staff members is there. They see how our public safety is, our fire department, the town, the cleanness, and then they turn around and look at our statistic of our safety that we have here in our town. So you put all of those things together, it's a waking. You know, you say, oh, yes, I would love to be part of something like this, you know, a safe area. You're talking about the fire department, you're talking about recreation. And, I mean, I can go on and on. Everything that we have here, I think is quality. And that's one of the things that I think that we drive towards is that slice of good life.
What I would like to say is, as we are looking at these non-town agencies, when we think about the Watermelon Festival and the benefits or pros and cons, cons being the people who live in Winterville are not directly affected. The businesses are getting surplus from it. The town is getting looked at, but I think Dr. Harrell was asking, what is the average person benefiting from? And I enjoy the Watermelon Festival, but when we're looking at Senior Citizens Club, when we're looking at Mount Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church, there's pros and cons as well. So if we're not going to give them anything and we're going to minimize some, we have to look at this really, really carefully, because what it's saying is that if the town is getting benefit from people coming in and look at it, what value does the church have? Or what value does Pitt Education Association have? Or Pitt Rebuilding Together? They all have value in some sense. And what we are saying is, if the small businesses are getting a benefit from the Watermelon Festival, then how are they then paying back to the citizens? Or how are they giving back? What are they doing in the community to spread what they are getting? It can't be isolated. They're coming in and I'm getting all of this revenue, and the average person is not. Because ultimately, monies from the people of the town of Winterville are helping to fund this festival as well as the other lined items. So I don't know how long it's going to take, perhaps a closed session, but if some are not getting, if we're going to minimize some, we're going to take from some, what is that saying? And again, the gentleman came up, recycling, we have to do it every other week due to the budget. How do we filter some of this in to help the everyday citizen as opposed to those coming for the festival for a week? We want to look at this clearly. We want to look at the seniors. We want to look at that average person who might not have much but need a lot. So and again, I enjoyed the festival, but maybe my budget, I can go to it. But what's happening with the average person? And how are we helping them? And how does that look when we're comparing who gets and who does not get? That is a conversation that is valuable and needs to be had.
Thank you.
Can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
When we look at the investments that we give, the monies that we're giving to these non-town agencies, things that alarms me is that basically our contribution to the Watermelon Festival equals up to a penny on the tax rate, about a penny on the tax rate, and that's just for the festival. The other organizations that we chose to fund, they don't even equal up to $50,000. You know, you add all those together, I guess I got it about right. But I don't want to pick and choose. I agree with you on that. I don't want to pick and choose as far as other agencies to fund. We know that I know girls softball is something that we don't have in our recreation department. Try to have it, we didn't get enough interest. Rebuild Together as far as urgent repair. We get calls all the time about people seeking funds to, repair their homes. So many things up here, Council on Aging, Meals on Wheels, our Senior Citizens Club, all these are important. So it's really hard to choose which ones.
Well, this right here, basically, tonight was good discussion, but you know that we're gonna be having a budget workshop, May the 20th and 21st, Don? Isn't it? Correct. So,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so it's something you can be looking at, and,
Mayor, I actually need some direction from council.
Oh, you do? Okay.
ASAP, because what we've done is we've put these organizations on hold
oh,
from applications and whatnot to get direction from council. It was a large discussion during last year's budget process, so we brought it back based on what council said they wanted to discuss. So and everybody's been really good, the organizations themselves, about waiting patiently, but Donald and I do need to respectfully, if we're gonna fund them, get them their application packet so we can get the information back and make sure we include all of that in the budget. So I wasn't trying to.
oh, okay.
I would like to, go ahead.
If we are we opening it up for new agencies to apply? Are we opening it up?
Certainly,
Application?
certainly it's council decision. My recommendation was to fund who you've been historically funding, but certainly that's a council decision.
I'm sorry.
No.
Last year, when did we get the applications out? Because it looks like here, it said that we did vote on May 23rd at our second budget workshop to approve, you know, the ones that were approved. So when did you get those out last year, the applications?
They have to have, we get them out in February,
We typically have gotten them out late March.
and they're due March.
Yeah, and then accumulate them, because you all had the actual applications
in the
given
draft
to you
budget.
all at that workshop, and really before that workshop was part of the discussion last year, so you could review them to make the decision that night.
So if I could back up, we usually send out the application packets let's just say February, with a due date, if I'm not mistaken, of March 31st. That gives us time to, again, check for accuracy and then make sure that that's included. Usually what's put in the first draft budget is the request amount, and then that is one of the actions you normally take during your first budget workshop, is to consider those requests and then to make a decision so that I can bring back the draft with the basically approved numbers.
So do you need a motion on anything tonight?
Before we get a motion, are we opening it up to additional agencies when we are right here grappling with what we have now, before we have a motion? And once that motion is put in, does that open up the application process for more agencies than for us to consider? That's just for clarity. What are we doing?
I would ask that that be part
Yeah,
of whoever
I was
makes the
gonna say,
motion.
whoever makes that motion can say that or not. You know, that's how that can be put out there. Now, Mr. Moore, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we, the non-town agency funding, that we will accept applications for the ones that we have had in the past only at this time. That's my motion.
Okay.
That we have on the list.
I second.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor, motion made by Councilman Moy, second by Councilwoman Hawkins, to accept application from the non-town agencies that we funded last year, correct?
That we received an
Yeah, that we received.
application from the list.
On the
Yeah,
list,
right.
All right, any discussion before I call for the vote?
I do have I guess a question or something that's, if we're, if we're saying that we're accepting applications for the non-town agency funding process, and we're just saying that we're gonna fund, or maybe not, or just have the applications from the one historically, what about folks that would want to apply? So, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out the logic of our process.
Well, I don't know if I can answer it correctly, but I think from last year, we agreed that we was not taking on any new applications. And I think they're going by the same, don't let me put words in your mouth, same philosophy that we did last year, not taking on any new applications.
think-
Can I say this? Yeah. And also, once they submit their application, then we'll look at the application, and the amount that they request, it doesn't mean that they will receive that total amount. Because I can recall that we had one that we did that submitted application a couple years ago. It was for a year of a special anniversary period. And that's the reason why we increased the amount. It's supposed to have been a one-time increase, but it went and stayed at that for the last 1 or 2 years. And we can go back and look at that and say, we can go back and decide on exactly if we accept the amount that they submit, or we could suggest a certain amount. Do you understand?
And then I haven't, and I know I seconded, I know I did, and we're human up here and we got protocol, but is there a limit? I mean, we're making a motion to fund non-town agencies.
Right.
What is the absolute limit when we look at these? Can some get 5,000, 10,000? Can some all get 20,000? What is our cutoff per agency? And I know we're looking at what they provide, what they, but one thing could be more important to, and then even if they want 20,000, what is our limit overall, like totally?
So if I may answer that
Yes.
question, that in the policy, there is no limit. So the agencies, obviously, they have to fill out their application, provide you with budgetary information. They also, for those that have been funded previously, have to submit an annual report telling you how they spent the money and how it basically pertained to the town of Winterville by March 31st. So what you see in the listing historically over the years that Mr. Harvey provided, some of the requests far exceeded what they were actually funded. But historically, most of the entities receive close to what they have historically received, if that makes sense. There may be a slight adjustment, but the numbers usually stay in the arena. I think the idea not to accept any new applications from new entities is to try to quell or limit vast expansion of the amount of town funding that goes towards non-town agencies in the future.
Okay, we have let's get back to, we have a motion on the floor.
And
Do you have your slide ready?
but I think the wording needs to change. Can you pop it up again?
And we have a second that I don't know, we got the attorney there. I'm thinking and I'm processing. I'm seconding this. When I think of overall, we got Boys and Girls Club, but our youth here in Winterville can't get there if they don't have transportation. So I don't understand how a lot of these agencies are directly affecting people that are in need here in Winterville. So I made a second, but I know I could vote out, but I just want to say that.
If I may, their applications tell you how they spend that money. Boys and Girls Club historically has used the $5,000, $6,500 for transportation services in Winterville.
For the
Yes,
Winterville
ma'am.
students. Okay.
So if in fact you all vote to accept applications, that is what they will tell you in the annual report, what they spent the money on and how it how it benefited Winterville folks. And then in their application, how they would spend that money to benefit Winterville folks. I understood the motion and second to be to just keep the application process in place and to accept applications from those organizations that submitted an application last year, not that were funded. Is that?
That's the motion that I
Okay.
understood also.
Now, it changed. You said, those who submitted an application last year
Correct.
and those who were funded, that's two different things.
Correct. That's why I thought I heard the motion to say the list includes
Well,
everybody that
let's-
submitted an application.
let's go back to Johnny, restate the motion, because you made the motion, restate it.
My motion will remain the same as the ones who submitted the application of last year.
I'm sorry, I just have a question, and I know that we're trying to vote, but I do, have a question about if they submit, I'm sorry, okay.
All right, I'm going back. Are you gonna second what Mr. Moore?
I want to hear the discussion first. No, then, I'm not gonna second it until I hear what Dr. Harrell was saying, because I don't know if I want to second it. Yeah.
I believe-
Wait a minute.
We've got a motion and a second on the floor. I think what we're just trying to do is clarify that motion.
right.
So we still have a motion and second. And then we're clarifying, but there's still time to ask questions with the motion and the second.
Right, okay, right. But, yeah, no, you can, I didn't mean, but I
No,
was
no.
trying to get it right.
No, I understand.
Okay.
Just again, so many people, even Pitt County schools, and so many people are understanding that there's a lot of growth in Winterville. So again, I just want us to think about it, even, once we go forth with the vote, that there's a lot of folks in Winterville that could apply because they have innovative ideas, they are creative, and if we box ourselves in to continue to have the same applications over and over again, how are we promoting the growth and things of that nature? I just want us to think about that, even though we can go forward. I just had to say that. Thank you.
Okay, now, can you put the, so we can vote? All right, the slide is up to vote for non-town agency funding, accepted applications from agencies that submitted last year. You can vote, please. Ms. Hawkins, I'm sorry. All right. So, the motion failed, okay? And the motion failed 4-1, okay? All right. Now, okay, all right. We're gonna go, I'm sorry.
And I'm just asking, I guess, the town manager, does she need, I think she maybe,
need some direction.
she's looking for a second motion then, since that motion failed.
Right.
Well, my negative vote is that we said those that submitted applications last year. More than the ones we funded submitted applications. So there is a difference between the ones we funded and the ones that were submitted. We had more applications than we gave out money to.
But your list includes everyone that submitted an application. And if they weren't funded, it's on the denotes that they did not receive funding.
Right.
So the list that Mr. Harvey sent you,
Right.
this list, it is everyone we received an application from.
Okay, I
So
understand
that is an
that.
all-inclusive, I just wanted to be clear, that includes those that were funded as well as not funded.
All right, can I get I need a motion of what you want to do? Yeah.
I think we need to actually, as a town council, unless we're gonna sit here for the next half hour, an hour, and figure this out, and then the rest of the meeting be rushed, we need to do some different session, because it is important that everyone is considered, and it is important that we don't do this in this rushed manner, because it's obvious that we all have questions and feelings about what we're doing in terms of funding. So that's just my piece.
Mayor?
Yes.
I could say a word. Council needs to give us some kind of direction for tomorrow so that whether we send out a letter that says you're going to discuss it later or not, then it gives me something, because I have noted to some of the people that.
If they choose not to take action,
Right.
then that's what we'll
do.
say.
Right, that's what we'll do.
I make a motion that we table this discussion for a future conversation and provide the agencies that have provided applications an update. Let me restate that. I make a motion that we table this discussion until there's more clarity and definitive direction on what we need to do, and we direct Town Clerk Harvey to send out a letter to those agencies that we are at a pause.
Okay. So you make
That's my motion.
all right. Have a motion. Do we have a second to that motion? We have a motion. Do we have a second? Due to lack of a second, that motion fails. Okay? All right. Now, do I have another suggestion or motion that we can move on to?
I would like to see us accept applications from the ones that we funded last year.
Are you gonna make that in?
I make a motion.
Thank you.
That we accept, we notify the agencies we funded last year, and that they would be, and they could submit applications for funding.
Councilwoman Robertson, that was only the ones that we funded.
Funded.
Okay.
I second.
Have a motion made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Johnny Moore, that we
Accept applications.
accept applications to the ones that we funded last year, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, is there any discussion?
I have so isn't that what we just voted down?
No.
That
Okay.
was, that submitted applications.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so you're saying everyone, these folks that are on this list that were funded or the approval, just applications from these?
We notified them that they can apply.
Right.
Just the ones that were
But
funded.
we still
that
need an
others aren't-
application
weren't
from.
funded.
Okay, and that means no one else can put in applications, basically? Okay.
And that means that Greenville Pitt Education Association and Mount Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church cannot apply. Is that what that means?
Yes. All right. You could, Willie, you ready? Okay, all right. If you could, hold on. I'm sorry. All right, if you could get your clicker. Okay, that motion failed. All right. That motion failed 3-2.
And I thought that last year, we were looking at cutting out our non-town agency funding.
That was the discussion, and we were directed to bring it back this year.
And
Well, for discussion. It wasn't decided on, it was just discussed.
Mr. Attorney, can I ask the question?
Yes, sir.
Can we go to recess right quick?
Yes.
And,
You-
we're gonna take a recess and, take a 10-minute recess and come back.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yep.
And I'm sorry, we do have a councilman here, County Commissioner, Mr. Mac Manning, in the back there. Mac, we just want to recognize you.
I think I'm gonna follow you.
I'm saying, do we?
accounted for?
Because I'm gonna die.
Hey, everybody, hey, y'all on this end? Y'all ready on this end? Y'all ready on this end, everybody?
Yes, sir.
You ready down there?
Mayor, may I make an announcement?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to apologize to everyone here this evening that our air conditioner is apparently broken. So if it feels unusually warm, I do think it's because it's malfunctioned, so we do apologize.
All right, now back at the task at hand, we're talking about.
Bless you,
Oh.
bless you, bless you.
Yeah, bless you. Talking about our non-town agency funding. Okay, that's where we're at. And the town manager needs a motion or some direction, what we going to do as far as these non-town agency funding, non-town agency funding.
Mayor, and I will say, if council, if it doesn't appear that we can come to any collective resolution, Mr. Harvey and I will send out, as Councilman Hawkins suggested, a notification to each organization, letting them know that we are still at a pause.
Okay.
But we will need direction sooner rather than later.
Okay.
I got a question. Are we talking about, if we open up the non-town agency funding, are we talking about increasing the amount of money we put into that, or keeping the amount the same?
We're not that far. We're only, all we came forward to.
I'm asking the council.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm asking
Oh, I'm so
council.
sorry.
I'm not, excuse me, I'm not.
No, I'm sorry.
I just would like to hear what council's got to say. I can go either way. I'm not against, opening it up to other agencies. But if you open it up, are we talking about increasing the amount we put into that line item?
Okay, so I would say that if we're opening, just for fairness, I mean, if we're saying that we're gonna open it up, so my thought is either we're going to not fund at all, or if we're going to open it up, it needs to be, excuse me, some sort of fairness or collectiveness across the board. So open it up to all that would like to apply. However, we stay within the guidelines of whatever we're going to budget for awards. That's my take.
And see,
Well,
I don't have a problem with opening it up.
All right. Let me ask this question. Just because, I'm just saying, just because we open it up and they apply, doesn't mean that they can, obviously can get funded.
Right, but that's,
Right.
that's with any grant or any
Okay.
award process. You put your bid in, or you put your application in with the hopes of getting funded. But
Okay.
I just don't agree with boxing it in for these said agencies that we've always funded. Let's open it up to other innovative thoughts and community members and agencies that would like to apply.
Okay, all right, we'll make that a motion.
Oh.
And let me say this, and as far as me and saying, these that we have, is because these agencies that we funded in the past already are planning their programs now and planning their budgets now, probably based on what we funded them in the past. And that's why I say, what we would only receive applications from these agencies. Not to cut anybody off or anything like that, because we do have new ideas. Some communities are not funding any. They've gone to that because of the fact of the list growing and having to invest so much money in it. And right here, we're seeing the festival already. That's a penny on our tax. So.
Understood. So again, if we're not going to fund, if we're going to open up the applications, then that's fine, but if we're not, I guess we just needed to try to make that distinction as well.
Motion. Motion.
Okay.
Put that in the form of motion.
As far as open it up to.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that we open up the application process to all interested agencies with the understanding, based on the current available funding, that the award may be granted.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand what Ms. Councilwoman Robinson is saying about some agencies may be planning, but to be honest, that is because we have been remiss and have not made a decision unto this point. This council has gone back and forth and not made a decision and not directed staff, and for that, I'm sorry. I will also say that even with the currently funded agencies, there seems to be some duplication of service with Mid-East, for which we are a member. And personally, I would like to see Winterville resident taxpayer dollars stay and impact directly in Winterville entities. And that's it.
So does that need to be a motion from?
There's already a motion and a second, so that was just discussion.
Okay, so.
That was just discussion.
Okay.
May I mention that, just for clarity's sake, Mid-East services are separate and apart. That's a due that we pay to be a member of them from this process.
Right.
So I
But they
just
provide some services, like some services for the aging and some of the things that do similar work to some of the agencies we funded in the past.
If I can recall, when Mid-East, when the presenter was speaking, he gave some numbers, and the numbers that he gave are, I don't know if they are comparable to what Winterville does. I heard numbers like 6 people were served, 7 people were served. I don't know if that is an adequate amount, and with Winterville, substantially, it can increase. So it might just help a little bit more in terms of that. And again, as I stated before, we are going around, we are still in discussion, right? And I feel like we are rushing, but again, if one is getting funded, all should get consideration for funding. That's just my take, again.
You got the slide up, Willie? All right. Now we're calling for the vote. Go ahead. Okay, let's try it again. Motion passed 4-1, that we accept application from all agencies. Okay, all right. Now we're moving on to new business. Ms. Diane, accessory park grant.
Good evening again. So just to recap, the Winterville Parks and Recreation applied for the Accessibility for Parks grant for the first round of funding. We were awarded the first round. And so with that, we had requested, we did an RFQ for qualified firms and general contractors in North Carolina, seeking professional services in engineering, landscape, architecture, and comprehensive design. With this project, that'll focus on designing various accessibility improvements for the Winterville Recreation Park. That's located at 332 Sylvania Street. Based on the review of the proposal that were submitted and the experience and the highest cumulative score, staff recommends, depending on contract negotiation, awarding the engineering and completion of the Winterville Recreation Park Improvement Project to Rivers and Associates.
Okay, so you need a motion
Yes, please.
okay.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilwoman Smith to accept the Rivers Associates to do the recreation park improvement.
Correct,
Right.
yes, sir.
All right, any discussion? If none, vote with your clicker. Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Next up is the North Carolina League of Municipality voting delegate.
Nominate Mayor, Mayor.
I second.
Excuse me.
I second.
Have a motion made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilman Moy, I forgot my name. Mayor Hines.
People in time.
Yeah, Lord, I need something. Any discussion on that? If none, please vote. Thank you, all. Next up is Bellegrand, Phase 3, final plat.
Mayor, members of the council, Assistant Town Manager Anthony Bowers is coming to the podium. We have one item of business prior to Stephen's normalized presentation on the final plat that we need to clear up and clarify before we move forward with that. It's related to this item, but it's an additional piece of the item.
Thank you, Hank.
I do. Thank you so much.
Mayor, members of the council, this issue deals with our system development fees. As you know, when each subdivision is accepted by town council, before final plat, the applicant is required to pay system development fees for future capital items and the effects of the development on the town's water and sewer system. Winterville Phase 3 has a kind of a unique situation in that it is not on our water system. So wanted to explain to the council a little bit and give the council opportunity to make a decision. We had Bell Arthur, this subdivision is in Bell Arthur Water Corporation, so they only use 1-inch meters. Our system development fee is based on meter size. And so the applicant reached out, wanted to know if we could give consideration to using the value or the cost of a smaller meter, which is a little bit, well, considerably less time you multiply it times the number of lots. So we're asking the council tonight to understand that normal residential meter is a 3/4 inch, 5-inch meter. That is what we use here in Winterville. When we adopted our fee schedule, we didn't really take into consideration that we have service, that our fee schedule could be affected by another service provider. And so the service provider, Bell Arthur Water Corporation, in this instance for Winterville Phase 3, only uses the 1-inch meter. Typically, we would use, on a residential development of this nature, you would use a 3/4 inch meter, and the rates are different for each one. And so the applicant has requested that we use a 3/4 inch rate, even though Bell Arthur Water Corporation can't put a 3/4 inch meter in, they can only put a 1-inch meter in.
Say it again. You said that he's requesting to use the 3/4 rate?
So the rate, there's 2 rates, one
Right.
for the 3/4 inch meter and then one for the 1-inch meter.
Right.
There's a pretty significant difference in between the two.
Right.
The typical in the city limits is a 3/4 inch meter.
Mm-hmm.
Bell Arthur is requiring them to use a 1-inch meter. They don't have a choice in the matter unless they went larger than a 1-inch, which nobody's gonna do that for residential development.
Right.
So the request is to have the rate of the 3/4 inch applied to their fee schedule, to their fees for this development at the same as it would be if it was in the town.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just asking this question. With the future growth on that side of town, is this gonna come back before us again?
I think we will probably want to take a look at this matter, and this is the first time it's happened,
Right.
since we've implemented the system development fee. I think we need to take a look at our system development fees. I have looked at the calculations that the applicant has requested and the amount of usage. The impact on the system is that of a residential, pretty much, it is the same as what it would be if a 3/4 inch meter was applied on our system. So I feel like his request is fair.
Okay.
And we will look at, as a staff, look at how we can change that fee schedule to address this in the future.
Okay, now, also too, is this gonna affect, I know we have another provider on the other side of town.
Right, so when we do that revamp, we're gonna
Look at
all of it. Yes,
of
sir.
Okay, all right.
And
But-
so, in staff's opinion, you feel like this is fair? I mean,
Yeah, because
I'm
if-
trying to wrap my mind around.
Because they would put in a 3/4 inch meter if they had the option, but they don't, the Bell Arthur Water Corporation is not giving them the option.
So it's not a case where they're using more water because of the 1 inch, but we're charging for the 3/4, and how does that play out on the, because it's the sewer cost that gets you?
So the theory is, with basing it on the meter size, that there could be some additional consumption for the larger meter. However, you know, that fee, and I can grab that for you real quick. I had it wrote down.
While Anthony's looking, I think one of the things we talked about wanting to make sure that Bell Arthur, if someone wanted an irrigation meter for the purpose of watering their lawn, et cetera, but not have to pay sewer charges on that irrigation, that Bell Arthur would install an irrigation meter, and staff did verify. I don't think a long time ago that they provided irrigation meters, but my understanding through Anthony and his conversation with Mr. Baldry is they do if someone requests that, so.
And the irrigation meter, typically you want a larger meter for water pressure and then possibly irrigation. If they are irrigating, it's not going in the sewer system.
Right.
So the impact there on us is negligible. And so.
It keeps it out of our, keeping from sending it down there.
Right.
All right.
So the 5/8 or 3/4 inch rate is $3,245 on the 3/4. That's per lot. And then the 1 inch is $5,410. So you can see it's a pretty significant amount impact on the developer. However, they are putting in 1 inch meters, and our rate schedule is based on calculations done by engineers through the state formula. So if the council wants to stick to the fee schedule, staff is good with that. If they want to go with the lower rate based on the fact that they're not allowed to get the lower meter, staff is good with that as well. I will say, you know, looking at the calculations that were presented by engineer, Mr. Thomas, and he's here, he can speak to it. They are all residential units, and there are varying number of bedrooms within the community. But I do feel like you're not gonna, it's a marginal difference in between the 3/4/5/8 meter versus the 1 inch and what that development is gonna produce.
And this is phase 3, and is it because of where this particular part of the development is, that it's serviced by Bell Arthur? Why is this? Okay.
Yes, and the
And
first
that's
two
why it's going
phases,
down.
we didn't have a system development
That's
fee in
right.
place either, so this is fairly new to us.
I think we're glad it came up, even though we've had to do some quick chat, all parties about it, because we need to address it, since we do have other water providers, and how that affects how we move
And
forward in new developments.
this is the final phase, right, Mr. Thomas? This is the final phase, right? Okay. Okay. And Bella Grande, what I'm saying.
And I think as staff takes a look at our system development fee policy, I know staff will be working on it. We'll certainly be back before council to tell you all in actual approval on any amendments to how we address those additional utility providers in the future.
Okay. So, Anthony?
Yeah, appreciate a vote on whether or not we can go, not veer from the fee schedule and apply the lower rate.
You said not to veer from our normal.
To veer from it.
Veer from it.
Yeah, because they're having a 1-inch meter installed, and we're of the opinion that the 3/4-inch meter is a fair calculation.
This is right here, it's a special request.
It is a special request, however, I think what you're gonna see is us come back with an amendment in the policy for system development fees that addresses this issue to try to make it not a special request, if that makes sense.
All right.
So this puts it on our radar, it puts it on our radar and know that we need to address it.
But we already have a policy in place for the 1-inch, right?
We do, but normally if you develop in the corporate limits of Winterville or a development that's on our system, you have an option as to what size meter to install. Bell Author does not offer that option. They only install 1-inch meters.
And just understand, it's based on the water meter size.
Correct.
There is such thing as a flow meter for sewer, but it's not used on residential. It's like big stuff.
Right.
Big commercial or industrial type settings. It's not typically used on residential. So
This is not something we've offered to other developers, right?
Yeah, this is the first time it's come up. So, where you've got another water provider, since we instituted the system development fees, which as you all may recall is a fairly new thing. You used to call it,
acreage fees.
Yeah, yes,
Or
acreage fees. And then
impact fees.
impact fees. And then you may recall that the laws got changed with respect to our ability to charge impact fees. So then what the legislature did is come up with a process that you had to hire an engineer, and they go through a previously set process approved by the legislature to determine system development fees. That's what we did. The Wooten Company came and presented it. You all adopted it. This is the first instance where another water provider is, since the fees went into place, that another water provider has been involved, so that we needed to take a look at something different than the way it's currently structured. I didn't say that very eloquently, but
Difficult matter to say eloquently.
it is.
So my question then is anybody paying that high cost now in our town? With that size?
We have not had a residential, we have had some 1-inch residential meters in one subdivision. They were using them for irrigation. We have not had a development put in 1-inch meters as a standard, because our standard is the 3/4 inch. And they're typically less expensive, so I'm not.
But if somebody wanted to
They
and
would-
choose to put them in, we have our processes has a
Allow.
structure for that.
So our fee schedule is structured for that, but in
Yes.
this case, it's not that the developer desires it, it is mandated by the water provider.
That's right,
and
there's no
therefore-
choice. The choice is taken away.
Ms. Councilwoman Hall, you have a question?
I'm just trying to process everything you guys are saying.
It's a
Like,
lot.
So a developer put in 1-inch meters, and we're gonna charge them for 3/4 inch amount of whatever they're getting. That's what we get,
I mean,
that's the gist
That's
of
the
it.
gist of it, yes, ma'am. And that's based on the fact that the water corporation is requiring, they don't have an option to get the smaller meter from Bell Author.
And that option, they didn't have that option. The developers, when they put it in, that option wasn't on the table. Or,
No.
okay.
So it kind of came about during the closeout process when they were calculating all the fees and everything for the development to get final plat.
That's when we discovered that they don't install anything but the 1-inch meter.
And there is no way of adjusting that, amending it, taking out the 1-inch meters, fixing it? How does that work? Is that just,
Yeah, they're not
that
gonna.
can't be changed?
The meters, Bell Arthur is not gonna change their meters, they only install one size. And so that's why it's on us to change either allow it or not allow the fee. But, you know, the plan would be to come back and address this in an amendment to the fee schedule.
I'll just have to say, it's unfortunate that that is happening, but they are gonna be getting more than the average person, right? They are gonna be paying less and using more because of a developer's mistake or error or a cutoff time. Is that?
No, the consumption would only go up based on the user at the house. If they
Okay, that's why I'm asking.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. It's not, I mean, they might have more water pressure, a little bit more water pressure with a larger meter. But typically, the family's gonna use what the family uses.
Okay, I just want to make sure they're not getting more for paying less while others are paying what they're paying for. That was just my
Right, this is actually allowing them to pay what others are paying in this scenario.
Okay, all right, thank you. Because it was very, it's complicated and this
It
and that.
is, and
And we're not engineers,
And I'm
so,
not sure why they only allow 1-inch meters. That's a decision they made as a water corporation.
Well, I can tell you, yes, and I got some citizens sitting out there, but you can ask the citizens on the west side of town, when they see them bills, we understand why. So, that's all I'm gonna say. We know why. We feel it. So,
Y'all have the same?
I'm on Bell Arthur. On that west side over there, pretty much all of us on Bell Arthur water.
what can be done with Bell Arthur for future? Like, so Bell Arthur has a set standard in the way they are installing things, and Winterville residents are paying on Bell Arthur based on, I guess, landlines or whatever. What can we do proactively in the future for future developers?
Sure, I think
How
the
does
answer
that
lies
work?
in how we adopt our fee schedule. And so what we would do is go back and look at it based on, and require, which engineers do, submit estimates on flow that's gonna be created from that development based on state standards, so much per bedroom. So they will tell us, so that's one option, is to look at that and make the fee based on the ultimate demand, based on the types of units that are going into the development. So it's probably more on us to look at our fee schedule and how it was adopted. We simply moved forward with our engineer's recommendation at the time. And so, but knowing that we have different dynamics on different parts of town is probably a good time to go back and look at it.
Sure.
So what is the pleasure of this board?
So I move that we accept this proposed, but we direct staff to go and adjust our fee schedule for future instances.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. I have a motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell, to accept the three-quarter
Rate.
fee, three-quarter rate.
Sewer rate.
Sewer rate.
One question. This is the amount that we had figured in when we initially set the fees for there. Are we getting the same amount for the time? More or less?
When we set the fees, so it would be if they had a 3/4 inch meter. We haven't changed the rates since we adopted the system development fee. If they were getting the 1-inch meter based on our system, it would be the 5,400.
Right.
But, sorry, I misplaced it, but the other is 3,000,
Basically, we just charging them.
3,800, somewhere in
We're
there.
just charging them what, if they was in town, what the rate would be.
Because their choice was taken away
from them,
theoretically
right.
due to the water system that they are having to hook up to. We're asking to level the playing field this one time until we can adjust our system development fee schedule to allow the developer for Villa Grande or Grand Phase 3, the equivalent of the 3/4/5/8 inch residential meter versus the 1-inch meter that Bell Arthur installs. I think I said that correctly.
I would just like to see the developers come in with something for us. We're willing to work with you on the difficulties that you have and you run into. What are the things you're gonna do for our town? We're gonna get something, you know, other than just the fees. I know the fees cover a lot of things, but I'd like to see some other perks.
Yeah, okay. A vote, slide, yeah. Use your clicker. Motion pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Stephen.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Town Council. So we will move on to Villa Grande Phase 3, final plat. This is the final plat in reference to what we were just discussing. Villa Grande Phase 3 is located on Red Forbes Road, going north to south here. So you've got Denali on the opposite side. You've also got Villa Grande Phase 1 down here to the south of it, and to the west of it, you have Villa Grande Phase 2. There's a stub street right here that'll provide access to this next phase. I'll show you right here in a second as well. The applicant is Thomas Engineering, John Thomas. He's with us tonight if you have any questions as well. Again, this is located on Red Forbes Road, just north of Villa Grande Phase 1. This has 40 lots on 22.73 acres. One thing that I'm going to show you on this final plat as well that's somewhat unique is there is a fire access lane that was built and dedicated with this phase. This fire access lane allows a second means of ingress and egress for emergency purposes.
Stephen, may I ask a question?
Yes,
It is
ma'am.
my understanding that we're not doing fire access lanes anymore. Is that correct?
So we have adopted in the subdivision ordinance something that requires if it's over 30 lots to have 2 accesses
Right.
now.
But that one of them not be a fire access lane?
Correct, and
Okay.
for future
Thank you.
developments,
Right,
yes,
right,
ma'am.
right.
And this is zoned R10. This is showing how this lays onto the land. So again, you've got 40 lots that are within this boundary. The fire access lane for this development is coming right out here to Red Forbes Road. So again, you have access right here through the existing subdivision, and then this is just emergency access lane right here again to ensure that emergency services have an extra way to get in and out of this subdivision if needed. This again is looking at the layout of the lot. Again, 40 lots within this this straight lane right here. There's a cul-de-sac right here and a cul-de-sac there as well. Villa Grande Phase 3 has been reviewed by staff. Our technical review committee found that it meets all town standards. It meets the preliminary plat as well, and therefore staff does recommend approval of Villa Grande Phase 3. Our Planning and Zoning Board reviewed this at their March meeting and also recommended approval unanimously. Does anybody have any questions?
That's right beside the pond, that road that goes through.
That's right, yes, sir.
Pond right there. Go back, and so it's going back, everything that's on that, if you're looking at it, to the right-hand side.
Everything's just beyond that pond, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
to the right-hand side.
The access lane, has it been tested for, with the fire and rescue trucks yet?
Yes, it's been approved for fire access capacity and everything, yes, sir.
Is it rock?
I believe it is rock. They did not pave it, correct, David? Rock, and it holds 75,000 pounds as a minimum.
And Chief, you're positive about it?
Stamped by an engineer, David was saying.
Okay, all right. You say so.
A couple four-wheelers.
Okay.
But
This is
Mayor-
better than the road over there by the Jehovah's Witness Church, right?
Yes, ma'am. I can answer that
Better
for
than
him.
that.
I can answer that for David. Yes, ma'am. Well, it's very visible and new right now, so I would say yes, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Robertson, I think that's exactly why we don't want future fire access roads as to be considered one of the ingress egress into a development.
Any more questions? What's the pleasure?
Move to approve the Phase 3 final plat for Villa Grande.
Have a motion, I got a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Robinson to approve the final plat of Villa Grande, Phase 3. Any discussion? Not, please vote. Motion carried. Thank you. Stephen, you up?
Okay, my second one tonight is Southbrook Phase 2 preliminary plat. So we saw Southbrook a few months ago, and staff was recommending denial at that time due to a zoning issue that was on the plat. That zoning issue has now been resolved. They have now brought back the plat. Everything does meet town standards, as we'll discuss right here in a second. Just to give everybody a little bit of an overview where we're talking about in Winterville. So Southbrook is located off of both Church Street, going north to south on this side. This is the boundary right here in purple. And then Laurie Ellis Road is its northern boundary. So we're looking at about 245 acres right here. Again, applicant is Southbrook NC LLC. We have Scott Moore here with us today if anybody does have any questions. This is located again off of Church Street Extension and Laurie Ellis Road. The entire site is a 245-acre site. However, we did review and approve Phase 1 of the preliminary plat earlier. Actually, it was last year. Phase 1 contains the closest most development to both of the roads. This phase that we're looking at tonight is the inside area between Phase 1. This was a conditional zoning district with both R6 and multifamily residential PUD. This was approved as a PUD because of the significant amount of both environmental issues on the site as well as other issues such as a gas easement and things that really had to cluster the development to create good quality lots. With a PUD, it also contains its own development standards. Anything that is not approved within that development standards goes to the base zoning for that zoning district, so for the R6 or multifamily residential. This phase will contain 336 single-family detached lots. But this will also contain 44 single-family attached or townhome units. So it'll have a total of 434 residential units in this phase. In total, this development is expected to have 612 units. The single-family detached lots average size for this is 8,494 square foot each, while the single-family attached lots are 2,200 square foot each. The preliminary plat that we're seeing today does show 11.45 acres of recreational land. Of course, the developer is still kind of designing their recreational amenities, and that will be reviewed at the final plat for dedication to ensure that it meets subdivision ordinance requirements. This is looking at Phase 2 as it lays on the land. So the boundary is roughly about right here where Phase 1 and Phase 2 begins and ends, and then right here where Phase 1 and Phase 2 begins and ends. So this really develops on the inside, kind of middle part of this land. Of course, as you see, there is a lot of land that is left undeveloped. Again, that is one of the main reasons why this is a PUD. To create lots on land or sites that are really good sites while making sure that the poorer land in there is left alone so that people are not buying houses on that land. This is a really good development for Winterville, something unique that we've not seen until this development. Again, this is the layout of it, showing how the PUD kind of meanders through this site and around some of the environmental concerns of the site, and how it clusters the neighborhoods within the site as well. We're diving a little bit deeper into it. This is showing some single-family attached right here, the 44 units, and then it kind of comes into single-family detached and some of the denser single-family detached residential. So right here, you see something future development. This was the area of concern previously. They have removed that, and they will be addressing that in a future submittal. They're trying to determine exactly how to get their zoning in place for that development. Now we're looking at the opposite side as we're heading towards the Lori Ellis. This is some more single-family detached. One thing I wanted to point out here, there is a pool and recreational space being proposed right here. Again, this is kind of the center heart of the subdivision, so it'll have a lot of traffic for people living in there, coming to this center area to have recreation and pools and things like that. Another thing I just want to point out that's kind of unique to this subdivision, this subdivision is proposing street trees. So it would have street trees on both sides of the street, but there's also a 7-foot grassway between the street and the sidewalk. That is one of those things that a planner typically loves to see. It creates this very kind of careful and carefree pathway, especially if you have kids learning to ride bikes, things like that, and the trees create a good buffer between the cars and the pedestrians. So it's another element of this subdivision that's somewhat unique, but we're really excited to see somebody bring in those elements. Staff does recommend approval of Southbrook Phase 2 preliminary plat. It has been reviewed by our Winterville Technical Review Committee, and it meets all of our standards. The Planning and Zoning Board also recommended approval unanimously at their March 2025 meeting. If anybody has any questions for me, or again, Scott is with us if anybody has questions for him.
Anybody have any questions? Scott, appreciate you going back and revisiting this, and because this is going to be a nice subdivision for our community. As you know, a lot of people take trees out, you're leaving trees in, and we really appreciate that. A lot of greenery, a lot of green space, which typically you don't see. So this is going to be a really nice subdivision.
I do have a question, sir. So in looking at the structure of this development, there are some attached homes, which would be probably or typically townhomes, and then single detached homes. How would that help and be equitable to the variation in incomes? And or do you have a forethought with what the incomes would look like for this development or the pricing of it? That is my question.
Sure. The last time we were here in December, we were asking for a zoning change to decrease the amount of square footage. We've gone back to the original square footage of 1,600 on a minimum. So just for pricing alone, we feel like the townhomes will be the sort of entry level for people who want a 1,600 square foot home. We feel like that's the product that they could be able to get into, and then we build communities so that people will transition from that product to single-family product within the community. So we want whoever lives there initially, we want them to continue to buy homes within the community. As far as looking at pricing for the 1,600, we just went back from what the board feedback was in December, made the change back to the 1,600 and said that we'll do the best we can for pricing. Obviously, that pricing with the townhome will be lower than the single family. We're looking probably sub 300 for the townhome and probably over 300 for the single family. But we don't have builders yet, so that will play into the role as we get along. We have to get the approval for the layout in order to do that first.
Any more? If not, can I get a motion
Make a motion for approval.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilman Johnny Moore, second by Councilwoman Smith, for the approval of South Brook Phase 2 preliminary plat. All right. You got it up? We can vote. Motion carry 4-1 with Ms. Hawkins, Councilwoman Hawkins voting no. Thank you. Next up is Market Square usage for National Day of Prayer, and I turn it over to manager.
And I think Mr. Harvey is presenting that this evening.
Thank you. Received a request on the use of the Market Square from Koinonia Church for a National Day of Prayer, and we need discussion and guidance for approval and any other conditions that you might have.
Thank you, Donald. If I may, brought this request to council. It's not the first time we've had a request to utilize the market property for a non-town event. Historically, we have turned those down at a staff level due to the location and depending on how big the event was proposed to be and the challenge with parking in and around that area. When we have events over there, we have had an ongoing relationship with the Winterville Baptist Church that's right there across the street, where most of the time they allow us to utilize their parking, but that is not necessarily available to non-town events. Nonetheless, we wanted to bring this to council. I think staff realizes that if council desires to allow the utilization of this property in the future for non-town events, that we need a policy probably guiding how that takes place. I am asking if you all do approve this due to the number of people proposed to be at that event, that you require that they hire 2 off-duty Town of Winterville police officers for that event.
All right.
Question, did they give any details? It's a day of prayer. Did they give a set number of hours, or just in general, they're going to be out there all day? Just a little bit more detail.
Their request in your agenda package is from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., and they estimate 100 to 150 people attending.
One hour. 1 hour.
Yes, ma'am. That would be the length of the event, I interpret. So people coming and getting situated, and then people getting away would take longer. But the event is, as they have presented it, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m.
My question is, does Koinonia does have their own security? Am I correct? Did we ask them about that, or?
Have not asked them. I understand that they do have their own security.
Yeah.
The reason that I'm making that recommendation is their traffic concerns in and around that property that they don't have the authority to do anything with. Therefore, and you're going to see this as a recommendation on any probable special events policy, much like many other towns have, that depending on the number of people proposed to be at a special event, that they are usually mandated to hire off-duty police just for additional security. Sometimes they have their own, but traffic, if there are any concerns there, the ability to handle that. So we don't have the policy yet, but that is something that I would be proposing in the upcoming policy that we probably need to work on.
So what's the pleasure?
I would like to make a motion that we'll grant the permission for for prayer to be at the facility. Because I mean, we have prayer all the time. We pray, we even pray here, you know, and I thank God for that. I mean, you know, but it's just my plea is to grant them that permission to.
Second.
Hold on, or with the,
They provide the security of off-duty officer. And the reason for that is, we have that already in place here in Winterville. I think that we supply off-duty officers to help the church on
Reedy
Reedy
Branch,
Branch.
Open Door, we do have an off-duty policy, we have a fee, I mean, that's all
And there's a
ready set
fee
out,
that
yes.
goes out there and help them with their traffic every Sunday. So, there's nothing new about that. So I would suggest that we add it to my request.
all right.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Motion made by Councilman Moore, Johnny Moore, second by Councilwoman Hawkins to accept, what is it? Market on, the uses of Market on the Square, usage for the National Day of Prayer with security of 2 off-duty Winterville officers. Correct? Okay. Any other questions? If not,
Great.
hold on. All right. Motion carry. Thank you. All right. NCDOT electrical engineering reimbursement contract, Old Tar Road, Anthony.
Good evening again, Mayor, members of the council. This one involves the widening of Old Tar Road and the relocation of our electric utility. There are other agreements that will be coming down the pipe with regard to this project. And this is the first phase. This contract involves reimbursement from NCDOT for the design of relocating our electric lines in our portion of town. We've been working with NCDOT on this contract for a while, and there's a reimbursement value of $128,459, which was the cost of the contract to re-engineer our lines that are near the right-of-way in the Old Tar Road area that'll have to be relocated because of the widening.
Do we sub this out, or are we doing this in-house?
This has already been done.
That's something,
Yes, sir.
I'm saying, do we?
This is an engineering firm contract, so it's just a design phase.
Oh, okay.
We'll also come back with another contract for the actual work to be done. So this is just all the design work, and then we'll come back in another contract for the actual relocation of the lines, and that will be, there'll be some construction admin on engineering costs associated with that, and there'll also be the actual subcontractor that will be relocating the line.
Okay, all right.
Anthony, well, go ahead. I'll follow up on other utilities after this.
Okay, yeah, I'm just waiting for.
Unless you were gonna, okay.
I'm done with mine on the electric side.
If they go ahead and take a vote on that, then I do have a question before you scoot away.
All right, what's the pleasure?
I move to approve the agreement with the NCDOT and authorization of staff to sign the reimbursement agreement.
Second.
Okay. Have a motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell to approve NCDOT reimbursement contract and authorize the staff to sign it. Any discussion? If not, please vote. Unanimous. Thank you.
You all may recall a conversation about, for entities, municipalities prior to 10,000 population, that utility relocation as a result of an NCDOT project, the town was reimbursed. We're getting reimbursement on the electric, but not on the water and sewer, is that correct?
That's right, we only have to pay 25% on the water and sewer.
Okay, so that's all, I just wanted to remind everybody, that's all due to timing, when we hit 10,000 population, what we were able to negotiate and show DOT, so we will get reimbursed for the electric and partial, we have to partially pay on water and sewer.
Yep, that's right.
Thank you.
At the rate this going, we hit 20,000 for the road get put in.
Well, I've got some information I'll share with my update on the road.
Yeah.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Next up is other agenda items. Councilwoman Hawkins, Pitt Community College programs.
And so as this month was proclaimed Community College Month, I have been working in communication with the Dean of Business Programs at Pitt Community College for about 8 months at this time. And my communication was because I believe that there needed to be an expansion in terms of trade, continuing education, courses and certification, which to include natural hair, nail technician, and esthetician, as well as other programs that will expand programs. We know that we have construction and that we have nursing programs, but these are programs that will help to diversify trades and small businesses. And I am here today, and I'm sorry that they were unable to make it. They contacted me this morning to say that they are going to be extending the cosmetology space at the Greenville location to include esthetician, nail tech, and natural hair care. The start dates of these programs are near, but they don't have a definitive one to pinpoint. There was a meeting about 3 days ago in terms of this. So I have gotten information about that, and I wanted to share that. So for whoever has interest in those trades, you do not have to go to Craven County. You do not have to go to Beaufort County. You do not have to go to Lenoir County any longer. It is coming here to Pitt Community College and right here in Winterville. That is what I needed to say for that.
And as a point of that, if there are other programs that they would like to see there, they need to make it known to the community college program people over there, because it's always been a policy of them. If someone is interested in something and there's a teacher and you can get a class of about 10 people, that's the way it used to be, they would offer that program. So if it's other programs that people would like to see, they need to make it known.
I agree, and that's what we did. And I agree with you, and I convey that. If you want something, you have to ask for it. The college is there to serve the community. They do a wonderful job, and the town is growing, and so are interests in trades. So if you have an idea or a trade that you have that you do not see at Pitt Community College, ask for it and see what that process is.
Thank you. The next one is yours also, Ms. Hawkins, traffic stops.
So as everyone here is already aware, last month I spoke about traffic stops because it came to my attention that someone was on social media speaking of something that had no, that did not have any matter of it. What I would like to do today is to speak again about the traffic stops here in Winterville. in an effort to gain an understanding of the rate of traffic stops per category. Also in an effort to see how the traffic stops are beneficial in increasing the safety here in Winterville. In 2021, Winterville was rated 4th safest town or city in North Carolina. Today, we sit at number 18 in terms of safety. So that is a huge drop in terms of safety. When I look at the data for traffic stops, and I know we're going to be having countywide a speeding campaign, thank you, from April 14th through April 20th. I'm not isolating the stops to speaking of the speeding stops, because those are more of a lower factor. When I look at the information in terms of stops, in February alone, there was 182 charges and 139 citations. And most of these were not for speeding. And the majority of the stops were traffic stops investigations, which were at 163. When I look at March, there was 262 charges and 196 citations, with speeding being just 36 of those, and traffic stop investigations of 145. And my question is, in terms of traffic stops, what can I do to see what Winterville Police Department is up against in terms of traffic stops? Why are these traffic stops, in terms of traffic stops investigation, so astronomical when the safety has gone from 4th safest to right now 18th safest out of 20? And that is data from FBI, that is data from SafeWise. That is my question. I don't need to get an answer now, or I could get an answer. But I would like to know what Winterville is up against, which are prompting so many traffic stop investigations when the safety here is going down. And Chief Williams did provide a ride-along form for citizens, and I would like to invite citizens to fill out that form and take that opportunity to ride along with Winterville Police and to see what the traffic stops are all about, or the interactions. The ride-along form is an application, and it has about 14 stipulations, but you can get this or request it from the chief of police or the police department. I want the citizens in Winterville to be a part of the solution as opposed to what is a hot topic and a problem. We know that Winterville is known for traffic stops. I want to help curb this. I am going to fill out an application and do a ride-along, because we don't want Winterville standing at 18 out of 20 of safety. And you guys can check this data out. We want that to decrease, and we want to come up back to 4th safest, and in fact, to the number 1 at the top of the list. That is what I have to say about traffic stops.
Thank you. I'ma just inform y'all, today, your mayor got stopped in Greenville.
In Greenville.
In Greenville, on Arlington Boulevard, for running 38 and a 25. Not paying attention, not careless, right in front of J.H. Rose High School. Big sign up there said 25. Just moseying on along. Made turn off Hooker Road, accelerated, guy sitting right there at tennis court, hit the light as soon as I rolled right up there to him, and I was gonna pull over in the road, but he pulled me over at the old cable place, if y'all know where that is. Pulled me there. First thing he did, he came to the car. He said, "You know what?" I said, "Yes, sir." I said, "But let me tell you, I'm a concealed carrier." He said, "Well, I appreciate you letting me know." He said, "Are you carrying now?" I said, "No, sir, I'm not carrying now." He said, "Well, I appreciate you letting me know." So I identified I was a concealed carrier. He said, "Well, I need your driver's license." I said, "Oh, Lord." So we all get stopped. I mean, you know, and you know what I'm saying? We all get stopped. So, that officer was just as nice, pleasant. I mean, you know, and he did his job. I was in the wrong. I knew I was in the wrong. So, and that happened today at 3:30. Yeah, and then right after I got stopped, the next car got stopped. And if I'm on Memorial Drive, and every day on Memorial Drive, I'm seeing multiple stops right there by my business, multiple stops. The people were going up now, and they stopping everybody. So if this campaign is going on, people, obey, obey, obey. If not, your wallet will obey, obey, obey. Ask Mayor Hines. So.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
I just want to also add that when we look at the stops, there are minimal warning tickets, right? So there's lots of traffic investigative stops, but no warning tickets, or maybe 3 or 4 or 0. So that is something I'm interested in learning more about. It should be a little bit more warning tickets, and perhaps this can decrease the investigations, and because all of the other numbers are very low. And I need to bring that forward. And I'm not trying to be adversarial. Again, I would like to ride along to see what the town of Winterville police are up against in terms of traffic stops. And the interaction in general, just the interactions, ensuring that ensuring that our officers feel respected, but also our drivers, ensuring that constitutional rights, human rights, and everything else are valued, and professionalism is given at all times. That is what I wanted to say, and I incur the community to take this opportunity and ride along. Again, there's lots of stipulations which would probably filter you out, filter those who are being stopped out, but perhaps your family member can do a ride along. Perhaps some seniors, perhaps some new drivers can do a ride along, because we don't want Winterville to be at number 18 out of 20 in terms of safety within the last 3 to 4 years. That's what I have to say about traffic stops.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you at the podium, because I was going to ask for the chief to come up and give some.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for inviting me. So Councilwoman Hawkins, I applaud you, right? Great, thank you. We always strive to do better. But I think some of the statistics on the form you're looking at, you may not be looking at all the areas for warnings, because in the 10-month data that I have in front of me, we issued over 500 warnings. So we issue a lot of warnings. Not everybody gets a ticket. You alluded to 2021 when we were the 4th safest city in North Carolina. That's not of 20, top 20 is the list. That's out of 553 towns, cities, and villages. So we are still quite well at 18. However, I did share this with Town Manager Parker, but not you guys. There was a mistake made. The shooting that happened on road, Jeremy Lane, and was coded as a murder in the FBI statistics, and we also got credit for the murder in the parking lot of Planet Fitness. So otherwise, we would probably be 6 or 7. So there's no fall in safety. It is a calculation error. Sergeant Hobbs has submitted the proper documentation to the FBI for corrections on that, but I doubt it will ever do any good for this year's counting. It's not like they're going to go back and amend the website.
I appreciate that, Chief, and I appreciate living in a safe town.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, like I said, and I'll say it again, I feel safe in my home when I'm sleeping and with my family, but I worry about those that are driving and about those with some of the traffic stops. And we all have space for improvement, and I am willing to see what we can do to improve this. And again, I am citing statistics from the FBI, and if there's an error, if there's an error, they need to fix it because it's there, and then that lends itself to a little bit more communication and us having what I'm going to speak about in terms of a community roundtable, having a discussion and conversation with everyone, because you just shared something that no one knew. So just having that, and again, I encourage everyone to do a ride-along, to get to know our officers. It should be nothing wrong with that, so that we can see from both sides.
Yeah. So if I could just touch on traffic stops. This does not conclude my quarterly brief unless you want me to go first, but I know you still have some
I'm
more
not
to talk
finished with
about.
my items.
So traffic stops, right? This data is based on my tenure as chief. I've been the chief for a year now. So of course I'm trying to look good to get my probationary acceptance. In that 12 months, we have made 2,160 traffic stops, 2,160. So that sounds like a lot, right? And then you break it down, that's basically 240 a month. So when you break down that 240 a month by 31 days in a month, because remember, we work 24/7, 365. That is 7.7 per day. Per day, I have 6 or 7 officers at work. That is 1 traffic stop per officer per day. If you want me to have them do any less, you may as well let me buy them a Netflix account and put them in a parking lot somewhere. So that is, in a nutshell, what we do as far as traffic stops. It's a very low number. When you quoted 2021, when we were 4th safest, we were averaging 600 to 800 stops a month. So engaging with the community and everything else, we have taken a huge chunk out of traffic stops. It's not our bread and butter anymore, but it's what we're gonna do. If it's a violation of the law, chances are you're gonna talk to one of us, and that's just the way it goes. 98% of our stops are what we call pretext stops. That means there is a violation of the law. We're not even working off reasonable suspicion. We are working on an actual violation of the law, whether it's an infraction, misdemeanor, or felony. I've heard that we unduly harass the citizens of Winterville before. On average,
Chief Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Unless we're gonna have an in-depth back and forth, at which I don't want to, but we can, I don't wanna have a debate. I'm citing data, right? And if we're gonna go into, you've heard what, then we're getting into what I've heard or what we've heard. Unless I get your investigative reports in front of me, I don't think this is the time or place, because then I can begin to say what I've heard. What I was doing was saying, I would like to welcome those to do a ride along, and I was citing data. But Chief, if you want to go ahead, then I'm gonna go ahead as well. And this is something that, if we wanna do it, but I hear things that are brought to me, and I share it with you, Chief. But if I'm not getting the information back, then if you want to talk about details, we can do that tonight.
So,
That's up to you.
so without any pretext to it, on average, we stop 10% citizens. So out of that 240 stops that we make per month, 24 of them are citizens, out of a base of 12 to 13,000 citizens. We average 34 drug arrests per month. The 12 months I've been in charge, we've made 307 drug arrests. We've seized 57 illegal firearms and 55 DWIs. And this is why traffic is important. It very much speaks to the safety of the town of Winterville. We recently assisted in the arrest of 2 people indicted for murder on Depot Street. A later search of the property recovered a pistol AK-47 with 107.62 ammunition. So there are real crimes out there. We recently put 5 pounds of cocaine into evidence. This is real life. Winterville is a relatively quiet town, but not really. I mean, there are things that go on that maybe you guys are not aware of. There are real crimes that happen in Winterville, and some of those begin with a simple traffic stop for a taillight.
Understandable, sir. And I was speaking of 163 investigative stops and 0 warning. I'm looking at February and March. And maybe you can sit down with me and break this down, but I'm looking at what I see. It says traffic investigative and 0 warning. That is what I'm reading. And you know more than me. You're expert in policing. And I'm not against the police. I'm for purposeful policing. And when I bring something to your attention, it's because you are the chief. And I want it looked into. And that is what I'm doing tonight. And that is my job. That is what I'm supposed to do. And it's not to make anybody look bad. It is the numbers these are the numbers.
Well, maybe you and Chief need to set up an appointment. That
I've asked the chief, I've asked to meet with the chief.
Go over that.
I've done that. And so I would like to do a ride along, and Chief, again, thank you. But we're not gonna talk about what anybody's saying about, it's facts, it's things that are being brought, and unless in an investigation it is founded or unfounded, they are not here to speak. So that is what I needed to say about traffic stops, and I hope that people take the advantage and apply for a ride-along. And that is what I wanted to say about traffic stops.
Thank you.
Okay, I got a question.
You got a question?
Yeah, Chief.
Sir.
That number that we were speaking of with 18%, where we at today, what would you suggest that we need to do as a public safety, as citizens, as this board to bring it back down again?
Well, again, as I told the councilwoman, the reason we're so low right now is because of that error on the FBI statistics.
That's it.
We got credited for 2 murders that didn't happen. Initially, the report was filed because the gentleman was so grievously injured that apparently they filed that he was dead. I don't know. And then again, we got credit for the murder in the parking lot of, which the 2 were combined and our detectives actually solved. But we got credit for the murder in the parking lot of Planet Fitness. And that's why the number is 18 now. It has nothing to do with really anything else.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You chatted on, Councilwoman Hawkins, you chatted on some of your community conversation roundtable and some of your talking points while we got, correct?
Say that again?
I see you chatted on some of your community conversation roundtable in your communication.
No, I didn't fully speak to those items, and this is what happens. We're here at a meeting from 6 o'clock, it's 9:15, and then when we get to these items, I haven't spoke to them. I won't take but a minute or 2.
No, I was just saying, you brought it up.
Mhm.
I'm not saying that you spoke all the way to it, but you brought it up that you were saying community.
Yes, I sure
Right,
did,
yeah.
yes, sir.
Okay, you can continue.
Okay, So Community Conversation Roundtable is something that the Human Relations Board have been speaking of. And our town clerk, Dawn Harvey, has been a part of that conversation. We have plotted out some dates for community conversation. And I think we need to have a conversation because the town council is very tense. Everything is tense around here. And in an effort to being leaders in a town, there needs to be an idea that you can agree to disagree without being tense and upset, because it looks like we're falling apart at the seams when we are leaders of the town. And so we would like to have a community conversation roundtable, but we need this approval from the town council in order to have it. Town Clerk Harvey, can you please state that date, as well as there was another item put in items for the future?
Yes.
And I don't know which.
They were listed in future agenda items to address all as one at that point in time.
So to address the community roundtable, and does that mean it's going to be put for
It was
next?
one of three that we discussed at Human Relations Board that night.
Yes, sir.
And for council to discuss and proceed as they felt nature.
Okay.
So we do have it now. Is that what you're gonna talk about also down, let's say it's human relation, Winterville Human Relation Board items?
Yes.
So you're gonna talk
Thank you.
about, and
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so, okay, so that's clarified. Sometimes I need a little bit of clarification before, so when we get to the next item, I will speak to all three, because I saw the community roundtable in the other items, but that will go down in the future items. Okay, thank you. Yep, so, yep, I'll wait until then.
Okay. All right, and next up is updated request on trees, town board transportation, Main Street and Mill Street parking. Councilwoman Hawkins.
Yes, so I would like an update in terms of, we spoke about the dangerous trees, and a lot of homeowners need to have their trees cut. Namely, and I want to mention in a respectful manner, my neighbor, Larry Williams, passed away. That was one of my last conversations with him. He passed away about a week ago. And so I would like to at least give Ms. Williams some feedback. There's a lot of elderly homeowners who cannot afford getting their trees cut for $5,000. And so the conversation was that perhaps funds from the urgent repair fund could be delegated for that. But I would like an update on that so that I can have something to take back.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. When I say we, Mr. Harvey and myself met with Rebuilding Together, and that is the nonprofit entity that helps us with our urgent repair program. And we're getting ready to kick off urgent repair, and part of that was a discussion on what we spoke about last month with respect to adding the removal of trees in that process. So they have not historically, and I invite Mr. Harvey to jump in if I get anything incorrect, but they have not historically dealt with that issue, though it is not the first time the issue has been brought to them. Okay. So as we've worked along, Mr. Harvey and I have received quite a bit of feedback from folks that have heard previous discussions stating that if we added that to our program and opened up the eligibility criteria, there would be lots of people interested. So I come back with this update. I would like direction from council. My recommendation is to leave the eligibility criteria in the urgent repair program as is. That is 62 years of age or older. You must own your home and you must be current in both your city and county tax, ad valorem taxes, property taxes. Again, our cap is $6,000 per application. And then try to get some direction on, from council as if you all agree with all of that to proceed with continuing to try to put that additional service in place, if you will. I do know that at the agenda review meeting and even previously, the discussion was at least brought about in terms of potentially relaxing the eligibility criteria. I do fear that if that is relaxed, that we will be doing more tree removal than we will be repairing senior citizens' homes. So with that, I throw that out for discussion.
So I have a question, the rebuilding, that organization or that, they supply up to $6,000.
No.
Okay, just explain, please.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so when the town implemented the urgent repair program, we're not set up to, number one, repair homes, and we also didn't have anyone to go through the eligibility criteria like other programs do. Rebuilding Together is a nonprofit group that repairs homes for citizens. They don't have the same eligibility criteria, but they do have similar eligibility criteria, and they also are adept at doing the income verification, et cetera. So we contracted with them years ago to help us, and predominantly the first homes that we repaired were done using volunteers, predominantly volunteers. Obviously, there's always some need that requires a contractor. Since COVID, I think they have found volunteerism, as it is everywhere, is becoming more challenging. So they do have a wonderful network with all sorts of contractors, building contractors, HVAC contractors, electrical contractors, mechanical, et cetera. So that they have their own program, and that's in the non-town agency funding. We award them funding for their program. Every year, we've set aside most every year $20,000 to be spent towards the Town of Winterville Urgent Repair Program. Gotcha. So the $6,000 cap is our cap. It was previously $5,400, and that is been predominantly a reimbursable situation with rebuilding, where they go out, they do we collect the initial application, we do our check on our criteria, we forward the application to them, they do the more in-depth site visit, check all of their verification, income verification, et cetera, and then they set up to get the work done. Once the work is done, they send us the invoices, we then reimburse Rebuilding Together for the work done. That's a lot, I've talked a lot, but I hope that helps in terms of how they are. They actually manage the program for all intents and purposes.
Quick question. You said $20,000 and you said $6,000. What's the $20,000?
That's the amount that we have, $20,000 is the amount that we have put in the line item budget to be utilized for the program. So let's just say, for instance, that would be 3 houses plus some. Not everybody maxes out the 5,400 or what's now the 6,000. So sometimes you can do more depending on the need.
Okay, so overall it's 20,000 cap per year?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
annually.
All
And
right.
any time in the years that we have set aside 20,000 and not spent it, it's gone into a fund, so it's been
Sure.
building.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with it staying with the same criteria. I just mentioned that last time for those that are younger who might not be able to afford, but I think the elderly would benefit more from it. Yeah, I have not any problem about that criteria.
Therefore, if council is desirous and ready, or whether you'd like to wait through the budgetary process to revamp our program, staff stands ready to amend our documents and whatnot based on the council's vote, if that makes sense.
Make a motion that we proceed as usual with our program. Our program has not done anything for quite a few years. That's why I say that we go on with this, because we got some people who are constantly calling, wanting to know, can I get some help? Greene County get some help. I know Mr. Harvey gets called every week from one of our citizens who needs some help.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor and a second. Motion made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell to proceed with our rebuilding program as is.
Urgent repair.
General repair, I'm sorry.
Urgent.
Urgent repair. Lord, urgent repair. Any discussion before we move?
Well, just a point of clarification, so we're not changing anything, we're not doing, we're just saying we're leaving everything the same.
Same, right.
I guess I wondered why there was a motion, but.
Right. If the slide is up. Passed unanimously. And just a side note, USDA do not do any urgent repair in the town of Winterville anymore because of the population is over 10,000.
Thank you for clarifying that. When we, people, if I could just take another second about how we meet requests for information. We have been handing out a packet that had several, not just our urgent repair, but other programs, and one of which was the USDA. And Don and I have recently discussed we need to take that information out because that is no longer being done in Winterville. So we will continue to look for other programs as you all are out in dealing with folks in the general population. If you hear of other programs, please forward those. We can certainly add those to the packet that we give residents, but just so everybody knows, when we give a packet out, it is just not our program. It's any and other programs we are knowledgeable about.
The applications that we already have, we are going to start looking at those a little bit closer than we
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. Some of those applications we've held for quite a while due to COVID. Well, due to the fact we haven't reinstituted the program since COVID. In talking with Rebuilding Together, they currently have 3 applications directly that they're holding that are Winterville citizens. So we need to have the application information for the applications we have updated and also cross-reference with their applications to see if there are any duplications. And then once we don't have many applications, but once we do have those updated, I will bring a list. I will let you all know that they've passed our initial criteria check and just get you to basically vote to move them forward to Rebuilding Together.
So I have a question. Essentially, if you have 3 applicants already, and they can be funded up to $6,000, and it's $20,000 per year, what happens, what if a person comes and a tree is gonna fall in it, so they're out of it, they have to wait till next year? How does that work?
I think I understood the vote you all made was to continue to manage the program as it's currently been
Same way.
managed, or houses only, or the repair of their homes. Does that, want to make sure?
How much money do we have now?
I should have checked that line item, I'm not sure, but we do have more than 20 because we have been setting some aside, but obviously, once that's gone, it's gone.
Stop that.
So my understanding was the eligibility, not that that would exclude trees. Is that, were we talking about the eligibility per age?
The program itself was basically modeled after the NC Housing Finance urgent repair program in terms of criteria and the things that are repaired, so that really only references homes.
Okay, all right, so.
We would need to add anything else additionally to the program verbiage if we added any type of other non-home repairs.
I will just bring this back up next month. It is pushing 9:30. I will bring this back up again and be clear and sharp in what I'm presenting and providing. And that is why I said, never mind eligibility for those younger, but for those older. So now I will go and tell my neighbor that we're not doing trees, just to be transparent until we bring this back forth again. So,
Councilwoman Hawkins, if I can help a little bit, in the 22 years on the federal program, we've never done trees with urgent repair money, and that's federal money, federal dollars. We do not do any trees, we don't do any type of shrubberies or any of that. Only thing that and you can go and look in the register, it states that urgent repair is totally to the property. I can't even do, like you got a garage in the backyard, I can't even do the garage in the backyard. Even though it's on your property, it's got to be attached to your house. And so that's what it states in the Federal Register.
thank you for clarifying, because last month, that wasn't clarified.
Yes, ma'am. But that's basically how that, and what she was saying through the North Carolina Housing Finance Program, it's pretty much mirrored after the federal program. And you're gonna see sort of the same terminology as far as urgent repair. And it kind of mirrors that with the age of 62 and older. And that's what we go by, 62 and older. And we go up to, in the rural area, this is only in the rural area, 62 and older, you can get a $10,000 grant. And you can get a loan at 1%. At 1%, and that loan can go up to $40,000 at 1%. But anything over $7,500, we take a deed of trust on the property. So that's the caveat, is that a lot of people need the repairs, but when you sit down and you talk to them and explain to them, anything over $7,500, you're gonna take a deed of trust, and people work too hard to miss a payment, now another payment, and you can start the foreclosure, on it. So just a little tad bit, so you kind of understand.
Yeah, that was just a discussion last month, and it was brought up. Councilwoman Robertson inquired as to perhaps the urgent repair could help with that, and that is why I asked for an update. So thanks for that clarification. Thank you.
All right, and kind of, at this, the Main Street and Mill Street parking, that's on your other item here. As you notice, I think, 2 Sundays ago now? Yeah. Me and Councilman Moy walked with Kate Dale? Cat Dale. We did a walking sidewalk thing with Cat and sidewalk assessment with Cat Dale and probably about 8 or 9 other residents here in the town of Winterville on a Sunday. It was hot, but we walked and we looked at some of the items Cat has put together. We'll be putting together something that I think she'll get with Anthony on, and some of the ADA stuff that we saw that we was making notes on and whatnot. And we also talked about parking and all that. And I think Anthony's got some stuff that he'll be bringing forth to us about parking. So that's kind of, if that'll help you out.
So that's for Main and Mill Street. So y'all walked and y'all looked and y'all surveyed the area to see if there's additional spacing for parking and additional spacing for those with disabilities?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And we looked at we kind of looked at preferable things, as to say, from height of the curbing to everything, because we had a lady that was with us in a wheelchair, and so we kind of looked at all that kind of stuff. And she'll be gathering a report that either she will present to the board or Anthony will present to the board.
Okay. Sounds good, that sounds good, but that was a concern, parking, and we want additional parking. What I'm concerned about is Main and Mill being a two-way street, and not, it's people parked, but you can't get down the street, and you can't turn into a two-way street with a car lot on this side and a restaurant on the other. That was the premise of me bringing it forward. And perhaps if, I guess the cars are not parked there and they're parked somewhere else, it's safer, but that was the, that is why that was brought up. And so I don't know how that works, if that can be studied further, or I don't know if that's gonna remain a two-way street or how that works, but that area is not safe. And that is what I'm bringing forward. So perhaps once the report comes, there will be some alleviation of that congestion there, because it is congestion. And when people are driving and they have to cross the double line to get around the cars, that's not safe. So, and then for town-based transportation, Town Manager Parker did bring a list of resources, but it was missing like information, contact information, days of service, and also if there were fees. And we were told that there was someone helping you with it and that they would get back to me. Because no one knows if there's a fee, who to speak to, and stuff like that.
I do remember us discussing it, and my apologies, I'll need to go back and look. I did not have the understanding that I was directed to do that. So if council would like to direct me to do that, I'll be glad to. But again, that was more for reference's sake, and I stand ready for additional direction.
So if we go back to October, when we were talking about town-based transportation, a motion was made in which Town Manager Parker said that she would look into a variety of options.
Right.
And then this, I gave a reminder, and then this was brought forth. So there was a motion, and I just need a complete resource. So I have some names. I don't know the fees or that, if you can do that, because a motion was made that you would look into it. Ideally, there needs to be town-based transportation, but that's for another time. I need to be respectful of time. It's almost 10 o'clock.
May I ask a question on that item? So is that list intended to be shared with the public, or is it just for your information to share, like for you to have?
So I would hope it would be able to be shared with the residents here in Winterville who, outside of the PATS van, need additional options. Because the PATS van, you have to make an appointment to go to the store. And we want something where if someone wants to go to the store, they can maybe contact one of these sources and have availability. You're paying fees there, $9 there and back, and you have to make up an appointment. And so I wanted to expand those options here in Winterville, where we're growing by leaps and bounds. So that is just honestly what I want from the heart. I'm not trying to just keep pushing an issue. It's a lot of people who cannot drive due to medical reasons. It's just a lot of people who can't drive, and they cannot get around outside of maybe having to wait for a family member or make an appointment, and it could be an emergency situation.
So I understand all those things. So on your list, I don't have it in front of me.
Sure.
So does it have the name of the organization and a phone number and things like that?
It sure does, yes.
And so the reason for my question is, if we get too detailed with an individual and a fee, if that should change, like how would we know and how would we update? If the contact information is there, it may be best for the individual to call a particular resource and find out what because the individual may not be there, people change jobs, retire, and fees could change, and that would be my concern. It would potentially be incorrect information very quickly.
So what I would say to that is all information changes.
Right.
We want to give the public here in Winterville something, right? If it changes, it changes. But for the most part, they'll be equipped with more than one source.
Right.
Right? So things change all of the time. People go in and out of business. But we want to give somebody something substantial to have. And that is what I'm speaking in terms of town-based, for the town, for the people, and that is what I'm looking for. If I need to do it, I will do it. But I thought that Town Manager Parker there was a vote where she would look into the variety of resources, or we can go back to those minutes and see exactly the verbiage.
I don't dispute, and I certainly am happy to help in any additional way possible. I don't dispute that I was to provide a list, and thought I had met that obligation, but I understand you to say that you would like additional information, and I think I'm just looking for direction from council as to what information you want us to provide, and I'm talking about to the public, if this is going outside of what I've provided y'all directly, just so that I know that we're providing the right information.
Well, I have a question directed to King over there. Hey, King. I'm just asking this question, like this transportation, her list, like you know, the list that's provided. You know, can we, I'm just asking, I'm always thinking out of the box too. If that list is provided, can we, if they wanted to put it on our server, can we charge them to put it on our server? Yeah, a transportation company. If they wanted to be, you know, like an advertisement. I know, but I'm just asking. Right.
I'm not sure that we have any type of procedure in place to do that.
Because, only reason I said that, because I don't want someone to say, hey, well, you ain't got me on your list.
You might miss somebody.
Right, you might miss somebody. But if it's a fee, then you pay to get on. And if someone wants to call you, then I don't know, I'm just thinking.
I'm not sure that we could. I would certainly be glad to look at it, but just off the top of my head, I'm not sure we could charge. If I understand the context of what you're looking at doing, don't think we could charge.
I'm just reaching, trying to figure out, you know.
Yes, sir.
If that's the case, you know, because you know.
Yeah, I'll look at it, but I'm not sure that we can. Thank you.
Can we table this until, can we table it? It's lots of questions. We just want something substantial to provide to those in Winterville who cannot drive. And I can take this list and go from there. My question last time was the fees. Was it fees? And on some of them, they have days, and then some do not have days. It just seemed incomplete to me. That was it. But we can table this. I'll contact you.
Okay. Thank you. I guess I just want to make sure that as we go forward in responsibilities from a town perspective, what the direction is. I think I have a good handle on what you're looking for, Councilwoman Hawkins, but what the council direction is on the expectations with respect to what you are looking for us to provide. I'm happy to.
It's just resources. It's resources.
Like a resource list.
I've already talked to Assistant Town Manager Bowers about just a compilation of resources. And we didn't have transportation, like we don't have town-based transportation, and we want another option as opposed to making an appointment to go to the post office. So just resources. So we won't be responsible for these businesses, but it is something that someone could have if they can't drive.
So would it be reasonable, just because we purposefully didn't include Uber and Lyft, to add those as resources? Then I'll have staff work on a little additional information. I will put that, make that available to council at the next meeting. And assuming that you all, I haven't talked with the Assistant Town Manager Bowers about y'all's discussion with respect to the number of, or the types of resources. I know there is a resource list and it has certain things on it, but if we could add it to it, just.
It was a discussion, it wasn't common.
Right.
I was just talking with him about some resources I knew of and.
Sure, bolstering that and happy, to have like a one-stop shop of resources, I think we can do that. So thank you. I'm sorry for needing the clarification. I just wanted to make sure we were working in the right direction.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the next item is the Human Resource Relation Board.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
I'm sorry, too. Woo. Winterville Human Relation Board items.
Yes, I've put the abstract in, and what I did was list the 3 items that the Human Relations Board discussed at their last meeting, and so I put those out for council discussion.
Okay, all right. And next is, I want everybody to listen up. Next is quarterly.
Women, I don't know if there's any.
I'm sorry.
The abstract that Mr. Harvey
It's
talked.
page 172.
Okay, so you put the abstract out, that was an item, you put the abstract for town council to discuss. There was dates on there. Are we?
Yes, ma'am.
Discussing those, or are we moving on? That's what we're supposed to be.
I thought the idea was to get council approval on those.
Yeah, that's what I
dates.
thought as
Okay.
well.
Oh, I didn't know.
Is that what-
I'm sorry.
That would have been my understanding from our Human
Yes,
Relations meeting.
that's
Oh,
it.
well, I'm sorry, because I was
okay.
moving on. I thought you just was talking about it.
Sure, it's 3 dates.
Okay, all right. So here, it looks like the council is asking discussion items from the Winterville Human Relation Board. Summer Youth Cookout and Play Day, June the 14th, and the rain date's June the 21st. That's the first one.
So we would like to propose a summer cookout. Students will be getting out of school. We want to engage with the community by having a summer cookout with the community, and those were the 2 dates. We just need town council's approval of that. Of course, we would like Parks and Recreation, the police department, other departments to work in collaboration with us, but the Human Relations Board would like to host a summer youth cookout and play date for June 14th.
All right, June 14th is the tentative date, and the rain date is June the 21st. Can I get a motion on that? That's what I need?
Yes, I make a, nope, I make a motion that we approve a summer youth cookout and play date for June 14th and rain date June 21st.
Second.
All right, have a motion and a second. A motion made by Councilwoman Hawkins, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell for a summer youth cookout and play date. The first date being June the 14th, rain date being June the 21st. Any discussion?
I would just ask, I'm sorry, was somebody speaking?
Yeah.
You may ask
Tell
the
who's
same
talking, I'm
question.
down there.
Yeah, I'm
I
sorry.
just want to make sure that with staff, that there's not other, like, that we're not conflicting with any planned events, I guess especially Recreation Department.
I checked the calendar
You check,
for major events, but I did not cross-reference them with ball games or anything, and depending on where the location was selected to have this.
That would be my only question, is that have,
Ask the question. Ask the question. Oh, she asked.
And so if
Cross-reference,
Parks and
right.
Recreations already has something dated or slotted for those dates, that would take precedence. We would like your collaboration, but we don't want to shift other events around in that instance. But we not giving you an opportunity to look at your calendar as well. We did look at those dates. Again, Mr. Harvey looked to see if there was big events, and there was none. So we have those two dates. So if one doesn't work, another. And again, this is just inviting your collaboration, not like saying that you have to. It would be nice.
I just have to check our calendar and with our staff tomorrow, just to double check, because I know with special events, any big special events, I know Mr. Harvey has checked, but we just have to double check with our baseball games and any other activities that we may have going on.
May I ask a question? Did you all discuss a time frame and a location?
So for it to be a summer cookout, it would either be in one of two places. I'm sorry. It would be at the Hillcrest Park, or it would be at the other park by the ball field.
It could be on Market on the Square.
It could be on Market or we have not selected a definitive setting. I can actually table this and get back with the Human Relations Board to have those important details noted.
Okay.
So let's just, we'll table that.
Well, rescind your motion. Can you, ain't that right?
Yes,
Can-
she can.
just rescind your
Withdraw
motion.
the
I
motion.
withdraw my
Right.
motion until I look and check in with the Winterville Human Relations Board for more intricate details.
Miss, you're fine with
Yeah,
that?
excuse me, I'm fine with it. I thought that Councilwoman Hawkins was just trying to get our approval and then come back with those details, but I'm fine either
Okay,
way.
all right. Thank you. Thank you both. Okay. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Hawkins, can't, Councilwoman Hawkins, since we don't meet in June until you probably want more lead time to plan it and prepare, we do have a short budget meeting on May the 5th, and we could go ahead and add these items back on that if council is agreeable to discussing those, so that you have time, the Human Relations Board has time to prepare. I'm running out of words. Does that
Yeah,
sound?
so that summer youth cookout would be ideal to actually wait until then. But the community conversations, we looked at dates for a long time that evening. We chose that last week in May. So I don't know if when we meet in May, that beginning would give enough time to advertise.
That isn't necessarily, I mean, that's a community conversation, I assume we're having indoor, and indoors.
Yes.
That doesn't necessarily have to wait if council's ready to move forward.
Sure.
And just for time's sake too, can I ask you about the mental health day on the 17th? Can I get that to?
What's your question, Mayor?
I'm trying to lump all of them in one motion, you know.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to do, so save some time, you know. Because you're gonna need to know for the 17th, correct?
Yes,
Mhm.
so. would
So
you
what I'm
like me to
saying for
make a
May,
motion? Sure.
for both dates in May,
Sure.
you know, that's what I'm trying to get at. Because I'm pretty sure that's gonna be indoors too, or wouldn't it be indoors? This
Yeah, well, the
day,
mental health day.
mental health day,
I assume so.
yeah. I'm
Yeah.
Have a
assuming,
soiree
It's
outdoors, I
going,
suppose.
the core of it will be
okay,
inside.
all right, so.
So,
Mhm.
you want me to make a motion?
Yeah.
I make a motion that we set a mental health day for May 17th around 2 p.m. that will be held in the community room. I also make an additional motion for a community conversation roundtable dated for May 29th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. with light refreshments, and that will be also held in the community room. Those are the motions.
All right. Did I get a second?
A second.
All right. I got a motion and a second to host a mental health day on May the 17th and community roundtable on May the 29th in the Winterville Community Room. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Mhm. Any discussion?
Isn't, I don't know that this matters, but isn't that Memorial Day weekend?
It's
the
not.
Thursday, it's the Thursday before.
Is that a Thursday?
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's, May the 29th is Thursday.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm looking at May 17th. Did I miss? I was trying to do too many things at once.
May the 29th is
29th is on a
Thursday.
Memorial Day is the 26th.
Yeah, Memorial Day.
The Memorial Day's the 19th.
Huh?
Pretty sure.
Memorial
Not on my
Day.
calendar.
Oh,
2026.
yeah, 26.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Just checking.
Yeah.
Just
You
checking.
did last year, Kelvin.
No, I'm in this year's calendar. Got to get the right calendar. Okay, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to write too many notes.
Okay, all right.
Just disregard what I got going on.
All right, so we have a motion. Willie, you got my slide up? Okay. All right. Can you click your clicker, please?
Question before we put a date on this. I mean, the date already has been requested. Who are invited around this round table?
So the community roundtable will be every person from the community as well as those who lead in the community. It will be a volunteer, you don't have to come. It will be a light setting where we will have refreshments, and we actually invite those that wear uniform to maybe wear their regular clothes if they wanted to, and just have a discussion, a talk. It won't be interrogations or anything of that sort. We will be eating, drinking, walking around, actually getting to know each other. And then if instances of concern come up, it will be in a less tense way. And then if we need to table that, we can. But that is why we're having it. Just an emergent to have a beginning of conversations in that sense.
All right, could we vote, please? Oh, something's going on. Pressure. Dr. Harrell, can you bring your rocks? Dr. Harrell has got a great presentation with some rocks.
Strengthening stones.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be good for the community. It would.
It would.
My hand.
I just know what we're talking about.
Because it would be mental health thing anyway, right?
Do a hand
All
vote.
right, all in favor, vote by raising that right hand. Motion carried. All right. Now, I have some news for our staff. The quarterly reports will be moved to next month. Okay? Y'all ain't gotta be all that happy. So quarterly reports will be moved to next month's agenda, okay? All right? Mr. Harvey, announcements.
In light of the interest to move on, would say that today is North Carolina Line Worker Appreciation Day. Friday will be National Line Worker Appreciation Day. Board of Adjustment tomorrow night, Stormwater Advisory Wednesday night, Good Friday holiday this Friday, offices will be closed. Coffee with a Cop, Friday the 18th, even though we are closed, they still will be over at Cooper's Cup. Planning and Zoning is next Monday. Recreation Advisory Board is next Tuesday. Human Relations Board is Thursday the 24th. And a reminder that City Vision, which is here in Greenville, and I think everyone signed up, is, God, I lost my place when I looked up. Thursday is Tuesday, April the 29th through Thursday, May the 1st. And the other items, abstract agenda and information is April 30th. We do have budget progress meeting on May the 5th, 6th, and newsletter information is due for the June newsletter on Wednesday, May the 7th. Agenda review for next month's meeting is on May the 8th. Next regular monthly meeting is Monday, May the 12th.
All right, thank you. Reports, Town Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have one matter, but I believe I can cover it pretty quickly. At your seat, you'll see documents from a lawsuit captioned Department of Transportation versus All Britain Realty Group. This lawsuit is an eminent domain action filed by the Department of Transportation. It relates to property located at 109 West Fire Tower Road. This is part of the Evans Street Old Tar Road widening project. Money was deposited with the Clerk of Court's office as required. Pitt County taxes were paid, but our town staff found out that through partially the fault of DOT and partially the fault of the the defendant, town taxes were not paid. I was called by town staff. I reached out to DOT's attorneys and to the attorney representing the property owner. Everybody acknowledged the fact that it was an oversight, and per my request, they drafted the documents that you have at your seat. I got these last Wednesday, looked at it on Wednesday. There's a couple changes that need to be made. They have the wrong address for the town, the wrong post office box. Also, this information, speaking to what's owed to the town, does not address 2025 taxes, and I'm talking to DOT about that. That being said, the way that they do this is they prepare an application, is submitted to the court signs off on it, signs the order, and there's a consent that is signed by the attorneys involved. And I'll back up and just say that the amount of money going to be paid to the town is $23,769 for municipal taxes from 2020 through 2024. And there's also a stormwater assessment in the amount of $2,659 for a total of $26,428. That's what's due to us. Those numbers are good and accurate. The only thing that's missing is that they're going to owe us some monies for 2025. Because of course that bill hasn't come out yet, but the defendant had owned the property at the beginning on January 2025. So the way this moves forward is I have to sign a consent agreeing to this. I'm seeking your permission to sign the consent for the $26,428. Also, we have to work out the deal with what's owed for 2025. So I guess there's two options. If you're comfortable, you can approve me signing the consent tonight, subject to me and the other attorneys working out what's owed for us for 2025. If you'd rather not, I'll bring this back to you next month, because I'm sure by then we'll have all that nailed down and we can move forward. Subject to your questions, that's all I have.
Okay.
If there's any for me.
Can I get a motion on that for the attorney to move on this expedite?
I'll make a motion that we give Attorney Lassiter permission or consent to sign this and negotiate the 2025 amount that's owed and sign that as well.
A second?
Have a motion and a second for Attorney Lassiter to sign the
Consent form, yes, sir.
consent form and to negotiate the
2025 taxes, yes, sir.
Motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilman Moy. Any discussion? If not, vote by raising your hand. Raising your right hand, I'm sorry.
All right, that's good.
Motion carried.
Yeah,
All right,
thank you, Mayor. That's all I have tonight.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Councilwoman Smith.
Just a couple of things. Mr. Harvey, we don't need a proclamation. We appreciate you all the time. We appreciate all that you do for us and keeping us straight and all the things you do behind the scenes. Additionally, congratulations to Public Work on the new employee. Thank you to Ms. Fuller for her help with human relations. I know staff, we're a growing town and there's a lot to be done, so. Also, please don't wait till a national day to thank anybody, especially our linemen and our utility workers. We appreciate all that you do, Mr. Mills, and your department, and keeping our utilities on and keeping our town functioning well. And thank everybody for all that you do. If I didn't mention you tonight, it doesn't mean that I don't appreciate you.
Mr. Robertson, Councilwoman Robinson, I'm sorry.
Thanks to everybody for everything. Echo what she said.
Councilman Moy.
Same here. I would like to thank the county commissioner for coming out tonight and staying up with us. And also I want to thank our staff for being here tonight also. And the ones who still watching, thank you for staying up to listen to us. And I hope and pray that we did what we're supposed to do for our town.
Thank you. Dr. Harrell, Councilwoman. Dr. Harrell.
And to all, a good night. No, I'm just joking. As always, I'm grateful for all of you, for everything that you do to keep us safe, to keep our town clean, you know, to keep the money flowing, Jessica. No, I'm just joking. But no, seriously, I'm really grateful to all of you all, to our town council, and everyone that's still in the audience, everyone that is online. And yeah, everyone just have a great rest of your week. Thank you so much.
Councilwoman Hawkins.
I would like to end by telling the staff, thank you, telling the people of the town, thank you, and to say, seek first to understand, then to be understood. Thank you.
I have no comment, thank you.
To the staff, thank you all. Thank you to the Recreation Department for putting on that magnificent Easter egg hunt. Had a lot of people. Thank you to the Police Department for, I think, 480 hot dogs. People was talking about it. A lot of people were sharing with me that they wouldn't have known about the event, but I went live, and so they was talking about how great it was and whatnot. Thank you for opening day again, Recreation Department. I always look forward to that day, opening day. I think all of the council was out there except Ms. Robinson. I think she would normally been out there, but she must have had something to do that day because she normally don't miss anything. So, but we just appreciate what y'all do here in this town. And I appreciate the staff up here. I mean, again, we're gonna learn, and we always do. We always learn to agree to disagree, but we're gonna keep the town moving. So, with that being said, can I get a motion?
Motion to close.
Have a motion.
You don't have to vote?
Oh, vote, raise your hand. Unanimous.
I was like, you're not gonna be my first. Vote against the adjourning, are you?
Unanimous. Hey, hey, I'm gonna be giving it to him, because that.
Have a good one.
What we're talking about. And we can say that we're doing a
Steven,
community thing.
you broke your
You can
hand.
do your wrong. Okay. Okay, Ernestine. I got it.